Because on this day,
In 1947, Samuel Roy Hagar, also known as the Red Rocker, was born.
Is it because he? I mean, his hair doesn't really look red.
No, it's blonde. He's blonde.
Well, why do they call him the Red Rocker then?
He just always wore red. I
and had a
think.
red guitar, I think.
Huh? Okay.
I think that was it. I really don't know.
He
I don't-
likes Ferraris, and they're usually red.
I like that song. I don't, however, care for Sammy Hagar
What do you have
because
against
he's
Sammy
friends
Hagar?
with Guy Fieri. They're really good friends, and they hang
I
out.
thought we went back on Guy Fieri and said he's okay.
I'm still not sure about Guy Fieri.
I thought we said he
and
does
I-
a lot of nice things for people.
I saw him doing a cooking
No.
show with Guy Fieri, and it was impossible to tell them apart at one
Oh,
point
that's true.
That is true. Yeah.
because they yeah, dude, bro. I just okay.
Well, it says here, Sammy, red guitar, red pants, that he liked. People just started calling him the Red Rock. It's
So he just
just-
likes to dress.
yeah.
He likes to
He
dress in
wore
red.
I
Red,
guess.
so.
It's his color.
All right.
He's a winter.
He's a Robin Redbreast. That's what he is, a Robin Redbreast. I like that song a lot. Whenever I sort of hear, and I'm not a big connoisseur, but I hear the difference between David Lee Roth or Sammy Hagar. I like Sammy Hagar in that band way better.
I like them both.
They each bring something unique
Yeah.
to the party.
I never understood the animosity. Well, you have to choose. And I'm like, do I really?
Yeah,
I
of
don't
course you
think,
do.
I don't think I have to. I think I can buy both records.
Sure you
We're
can.
tired of you sitting on the fence, Carrie, about everything. I don't have to decide. Star Wars, Star Trek, Red Rocker.
Why can't
David
we
Lee Roth?
just enjoy everything?
Because you need to take sides, be tribal, and then challenge the other person to a fight.
I'm tired of sides.
Well, then you're in the wrong world.
Best of both worlds.
But you love French fries, Gina.
Oh, I had some good French fries yesterday.
Where from?
Five Guys. Really.
I don't know why you never need to order more than one order of fries from Five Guys, no matter how many people you're feeding.
That's true.
No, that you haven't been to my house.
Oh.
I always say, I'd like a double cheeseburger, please, and then make sure you bring home lots of fries.
Lots.
So, like,
But
there's a
they
huge
they
bag of fries.
overflow it, yes.
Well, and sometimes sometimes part of them get eaten the next day.
Oh.
But that's
Ooh, next day fries?
Oh, they're fine.
Oh, Gina,
No,
that's
they're
why-
You
not.
put them, you
Oh.
put them in the oven. And, oh,
That's why you need the air fryer for next day fries.
Next day
fine.
fries?
yeah, they're fine.
It's
Sometimes
one
they're
reason
even
I
better.
can't. It's one reason I can't Grubhub or Uber Eats fast food, because it's ruined.
Wow,
But if I
no.
can't eat it directly from the drive-through window,
No, you've got your own issues. Other than that,
Gina
with
would like to
Grubhub.
have them bring. Gina would like to just be sitting in the kitchen
Yes.
at the Five Guys and say,
Yes.
"Put these fries in my mouth."
directly
I don't
in
care
my
how hot
mouth
they
from
are.
the fryer.
I don't care. So
And
what else could? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say a texter has weighed in. As a bisexual person, I never pick sides.
Oh.
Anyway,
What were you going to say, Bill?
Well, what else could we have done today for an opening song other than Sammy Hagar?
Well,
oh,
it was
Yes.
Paul Simon's birthday,
Yeah.
but you know he's a
he
dick.
was,
So
he was mean to Carrie Fisher, so we don't like him anymore.
I still like him because it was one of the best shows I ever saw.
That's true.
It's a
we
good
were all
show.
there.
I'll
Man.
agree with you there. But
It's John Ford Coley's birthday
I didn't want to go chasing stars around.
of the England Dan and John Ford Coley. John Ford Coley.
It made me too tired to chase. It was the wind that was chasing some stars around, wasn't it? Is it a warm
hang on, and I'll check.
There's a warm wind blowing the stars around.
Yes.
blowing? Oh.
Yes. He doesn't want a relationship. He's talking on the phone. How about you?
How about you?
Or he's talking to an invisible person. Someone who is not there. He's rehearsing, you know. He's getting up the courage.
Oh, like in the mirror. Like, oh.
A Travis Bickle kind of thing, except, you know, except with love.
Okay, I think does it come in here? Right?
Yeah, it's
There we
right
go.
here.
There we go. This is what you were begging for.
So what he's talking about is, I don't want a commitment here, babe.
No.
Let's just get together
Listen.
and have sex, and then I'll go home.
Listen,
It's that, or watch TV is his other offer. Or we could just watch TV.
yeah, or stay at home and watch it. Netflix and chill. He was the original Netflix and chill.
So I think what he means by that, Gina, is let's get together and have sex, but if you don't want to do that, you stay at your house and I'll stay at my house and we'll watch TV.
Yeah. Well, and then here's more in the England, Dan, and John Ford Coley naughty bin.
There was more.
No,
It's sad to belong to someone else when the right one comes along.
Oh.
See, he's boy, this guy.
When you break up and
Yeah. And you break up, and then nights are forever without you.
Oh, this one I know. I don't know that other one.
ugh,
Jesus, son.
so terrible.
They had a lot of hits. I'm looking at this list, and I'm like, nights are forever without. And then never have to say goodbye
Again.
again. And love is the answer.
Oh, I like Love is the Answer.
They had a lot of hits. I
Really?
was really
Light of my
surprised.
world. Shine
You
on me,
like it?
love- Yeah, I like Love is the Answer.
Now, I like the men in my little girl's
There's
life.
there's a saxophone in it. You know what we also could have done today?
What was that?
Well, because Shatner's going to space.
Yeah, what time is that going to happen?
Goodbye, don't come back.
I think it's like 8 o'clock or something.
Now,
This morning.
I proposed we do Shatner's Rocket Man, but then everybody said then we would have to listen to.
Yeah,
It's 4.5 minutes long.
yeah, it's
0
worth
hour, 9 a.m. And I'm going to be high as a kite
I'm almost done.
Yep.
by then.
But,
He's so bad.
yeah,
I miss the earth so much.
He's
I miss
acting.
my wife.
Yeah, we just kind of tossed that aside. I miss my
It's
wife.
lonely out in space.
Okay.
Out in space.
All right, see, that's enough.
it.
That is enough.
That's it.
And that's not even like that. This is a later recording of Rocket Man. The famous one is the one that he performed at the Saturn Awards, which was like one of the first sci-fi award shows. And he performed it live on stage, smoking a cigarette, sitting on a stool.
No,
Oh, Lord.
Look it
Oh.
up on YouTube. It's just terrible.
we're being excuse me. Quickly.
Excuse me.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Do you have?
Where's
Hang
the
on,
guy?
where-
Where's comic book guy?
Uh,
If you go to x96.com live, whenever we're excused me, the comic
Excuse
book.
me. It's
What?
there's a warm wind blowing, comma, the stars are out.
really?
It's not blowing the stars around. It's
Oh.
This is news to even me. All these years I've been singing Blowing the Stars Around.
Yeah, doesn't it? I swore that's what it said.
there's a warm wind blowing, comma, the stars are out.
All right, we gotta get.
No,
we gotta get to. Okay,
Got to prove
we
that.
we have to check.
we have to check.
You don't believe it?
No.
This is
I've
gonna
always
make
thought
us.
it was blowing the stars around.
Okay, what's the name of the song?
Really love to see you tonight.
Really love.
Okay.
We'll do some research here. I'm doing my research.
Do your own research. Okay, here we go.
How about you?
All right.
And I was thinking
No,
maybe
come on.
such a long
All right, here we go.
time and I really do miss your smile.
Here we go.
I'm not talking about moving in, and I don't want to change your life.
All right.
But there's a warm wind blowing the stars around.
Oh,
Sounds like around.
I know, but it's
it
in
does.
the lyrics. I'm looking at the printed lyrics.
oh.
It does sound like around,
But I think you're right. I think it's the stars are out, and he just sings it weird like around.
well, thank
Oh.
you, comic book guy. Thank you.
Wow.
Wow, comic book guy. That was.
Oh, you see the kind of things you learn by listening to the Radio from Hell show?
Yeah, things that don't mean anything at all. That
I
won't
disagree. This has been some very productive farting around.
matter. All right.
Anytime a correction can be made,
Well,
I am
thank you.
triumphant.
Thank you for setting the record straight. Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank you, comic.
let's get this over with.
Okie doke. Yeah, let's do that. The check-ins, if you have a mind to do that, if you want to dispute anything we've said here, I dare you. Call us at 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We like to hear from you in the morning. Tell us what you're doing, what's going on, who you are, what you are, how you are. We want to know. 877-602-9696.
Back after these. Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears
scared.
he wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
scare me every time, James.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy.
But-
This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and
Oh,
relationships.
thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
Sex therapy?
when you are you know,
why
doing
not?
when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask, or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, well, I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah,
It adds to the menace.
thank you.
All right, Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim, who Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Audrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother.
Oh,
Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I've been going to bed, and I don't think it is. Or so it's the story of it. And okay, I know something. I had this me, and again, and then mother and daughter, and you cut both of them out that you assembled the program, for a lot of north editor and a curry on top, and I think the first of
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key
It's a pulling.
part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling.
I'll get
Catherine,
rid of a heck of armor.
I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
Yeah?
a couple weeks.
Are you bi-curious?
Are you bi-curious is what he's asking?
That's what I said. Are you bi-curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh,
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Uh-huh. Well...
so Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, I can do this. First to the Lord. If you get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the first. And then the second on the oven, here's the tea. Oh, little bit. And then you turn. And then I turn it down a little bit, and then, and then you just like him. And then he will up for them. And then he can love more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
One more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
He does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw blade.
Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany,
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your, tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, that is terrific. Catherine, Brittany, what are you doing? I think I know. And then the first, so you get a girlfriend, and then you're going to have it. You really have a partner. So what you're going to do is try about to see what you think of that. And then you go, and then I think there's no more parts magic. And then if you think of the word, and then you want to say, and then I think the power of the universe end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
All
See
right,
you
yes.
later.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chick.
Look at that.
There he goes.
Here he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
Glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as
No.
a pulling.
No.
Because they're higher pitched.
I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
Okay. 6:23. Let's get this over with.
How much was that per game? 380,000
something. Yeah.
$80,000 per game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we're close to that per show, but I think we need to step it up. We'll officially begin the show, and then we'll go to your check-ins, if there are any, at 877-602-9696. And if there aren't, to hell with you.
You know, we could probably give a mug to a checker-inner. What do you think,
One of those
Katie?
brand new Radio from Hell coffee mugs that look so nice.
we could do
Katie's
that.
showing one there at x96.com/live.
I bet we could do that.
All right. So just
For a
random-
good call. You can't just call and ask for the mug. You've got to contribute something.
All right. Shall we do it, Gina?
Step into $400 with University Credit Union in 3 steps. Step to the nearest University Credit Union branch or go to ucreditu.com today to see how you qualify.
The moon is a waxing gibbous moon, moving toward being a full moon. It'll be a full moon on October 20th. The moon will rise today at 3:44 p.m. Today being Wednesday, it's the 13th day of October, or Rocktober, or I saw this yesterday, Spooktober.
Well, what's that?
What do you mean? What do you think?
You know what I saw yesterday? Jesus Ween.
Yeah, I saw that
What's
too.
that?
It's not Halloween. It's a
Oh.
it's a Christian celebration.
Because we're taking this
Taking it
satanic
back.
thing
Yeah, yeah.
back.
All right. Yeah, so it's the 13th day of Jesus Ween. Anyway.
No, I don't know if it's a month-long celebration.
Okay.
Oh, maybe
we
it's
better
just
look
the day.
into it.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
just save it for the day.
into it.
It's a Trucktober in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2021.
Yes.
And this is the Radio from Hell show starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. That's Gina Barberi. Our wonderful producer, Katie for short, is in the studio in Salt Lake. And we have Miriam and Cameron Diaz helping out. It's National Take Your Parents to Lunch Day today. It's Emergency Nurses Day. That's nice. It's Take Your Teddy Bear to Work Day. I wish I had known. Oh, wait, I guess I could just go downstairs and get my teddy bear.
I have Jack Skellington here. Does that
That's
count
close
as?
enough, sure.
I don't
And
have
it's-
any actual bears. No, wait, I have one.
And then, if you got an Ewok, that'll count. And it's also, no, I don't believe this. Well, maybe it's true. I don't know. International Skeptics Day.
I need some proof.
I'm not
Proof to
sure
me
that
it's International
Yeah.
Skeptics Day.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that or not.
I'm doing my own research.
That's right. All right. Check-ins now.
Well, people aren't listening because
Are we having issues?
our FM signal keeps dropping to the point
Really?
where it's unlistenable. So
Are we sure?
that's what all reports are coming in.
So no one's...
The people who are listening online are getting a nice, clear everything.
Well, then we should
but,
press on.
yeah.
Well,
If you're listening on the radio and it's cutting in and out, podcast us later. You can hear us all clear there. Or get the, you know what, if you get the app, the X96 app, you can listen on there.
I just suspect no one's listening. And then we're using that. The FM signal is cutting out as an excuse. There's
Well,
nobody there.
when the signal cuts out, on a reasonably consistent basis, people go, hit the button,
Yeah.
go somewhere
you can
else.
You can find us other places, is what I'm saying. You can stream us on the app. You can podcast us later. I know a lot of people listen to us that way.
What am I
Let's see.
hearing? Oh, that's probably me.
That's
Yeah.
What is it?
That was me. It was just some...
Oh.
I didn't have my speaker on my computer muted.
Oh,
Steph says she's listening to the radio, skips and all.
get the app, Steph.
Well, she could have checked in.
Well, let's see how Booker is doing. Booker is on the phone.
Booker, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Booker, are you listening on the radio?
No, I'm listening on x96.com, and it's coming through loud and clear.
okay,
okay.
good.
All right, well,
And
thanks
Bill,
for that.
I'm glad to see that you're back, and that's encouraging.
Oh.
Because
From
I'm
your
due to get one of
colonoscopy.
those scopes, too. And
Yeah, I had a colonoscopy and an endoscopy yesterday, and before the doctor examined my colon, he said to me, "I've been listening to you since I'm a little boy. Now
That
turn
always
this
makes
way."
you feel good.
Yeah, but roll over on this side
Yeah,
if you would,
especially with
please.
that scope. That's the
Yeah.
one you really want
Yeah,
to.
that's the. Thank you.
I've been listening since KJQ days, and I'm using the name Booker because to thank you for playing my song yesterday. And it's an alias because I'm ashamed of the call
Booker
I
T.
made on Monday. Yeah, Booker T.
All right.
That's
good.
my song. I mean, I love that song. I
Okay.
can play
Good
that all
choice.
day long.
Well, thank you, Booker.
Thanks for checking in.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. Have a great day. I love you guys. I listen all the time.
Thank you, Booker. Let's go to Virgil now. Virgil.
Hey, Verge.
Hey, how are you?
Okay,
Thank you
how
for
about
letting me
you?
listen.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I am calling from the Oregon coast. Thought I'd
sorry.
check in here.
So how's our FM signal there? That's not.
It's actually really well.
Virgil, what are you doing on the Oregon coast? Do you live there? Are you just there for a little while? What's going on?
I'm here for a little while, trying to get my mind right.
That's a good place to go. Are you by the beach?
Sure.
Are you like in by the Haystack Rock, or where are you?
No, I'm in Newport. Hold on a second.
Somebody said to Virgil, Virgil,
Could you hear all that? Could you hear all that static?
No.
That's the ocean.
Oh, okay. Never
somebody
mind.
said to Virgil, Virgil, you need to go to Oregon and get your mind right.
It's exactly how I felt.
Virgil, thank you.
Good
See
luck
you
with
later.
that.
Hey,
We
thank
got to
you.
go. And Corey, we are out of time because traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, trucker friend of the program says I-80 is closed in Wyoming, probably most of the day. Snow and ice due to accidents. Probably won't open till this afternoon, they're saying. So thank you, trucker friend of the program, for passing that along. As far as down here in the valley, I don't see any accidents or slowages to report so far, but you can certainly report them if you see them. Text them to us. Just make sure it's safe for you to do that. 33986. Scott Hale is offering a $29 furnace tune-up for appointments scheduled by October 17th. Call 801-264-HALE.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We've got big boy news, opinioendo, and things that must go coming up in our next break. Both of those things all in the same break. So stand by for that. HasterGames.com is the website. Of course, their address is 6831 South State Street. Locally owned and operated there in Midvale for a very long time. Such a long time, they need some carpet renovations. That's what's going on now. Currently having some carpet renovations done in-store, and as a result, their in-store play space is limited. Their hours of operation will remain the same because we know that you might need a Pokemon card at any moment of the day while the renovations are going on. They're foreseeing the play space to be back to its normal capacity by Friday, October 15th. They still have tons of Pokemon Celebration products still available, including the Elite Trainer boxes, V-boxes, Generations tins. Regarding Pokemon, updated news about the pre-release for Fusion Strike this month. Pre-release will begin at 11 a.m. on Saturday the 30th. Price to enter the event is $30. Masks are not required but encouraged for the event. HasterGames.com for all the details about that. Of course, if you need your Pokemon, your Dungeons & Dragons, your Magic the Gathering, they're the place to go. 6831 South State. Haster has it.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who, at the age of 19, have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Today, we find our elders roaming a desolate, uncharted, dark, smelly planet, looking for someone or something to convert. It is sometime between breakfast and lunch.
Man, I don't feel so well.
I warned you against eating eggs you found in the middle of nowhere on a planet that isn't even on the map.
But I was hungry. Besides, they were tasty.
Well, if you don't feel well now, you have no one to blame but yourself. Come on, we're falling behind schedule.
How can we have a schedule on a planet with nothing on it?
We won't know if this planet is uninhabited until we explore some more of it. Come on, let's go.
What the flip? Lehigh, help!
Ew! Butch, it looks like your breakfast isn't setting well with you. What the heck is that? Looks like the planet is inhabited after all.
Get it off me!
Stand back. I'll take care of it.
Oh, hi, ma'am. Who are you? And why in heaven's name are you pointing what appears to be a flamethrower at my companion?
Name's Ripley. Lieutenant Ripley, and I'm about to torch that little critter before it gets a chance to make a run for it.
Hi, my name is Newt.
Well, it's nice to meet you both. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We were wondering if you'd ever heard of our church, and if so, if you'd like to learn more.
Enough with the chit-chat. I need to kill that monster before it grows any bigger and has a chance to fight back. Now, Lehigh, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
If you would just stand back a bit so I can get a clear shot at your friend's chest.
What?
I will do no such thing. All that little critter has done is ruined a perfectly good suit for Mr. Mac, and as long as there's a chance in heck of converting either it or its mother, we would prefer that you leave it be.
Do what you have to do. God knows I will.
Look out, Butch!
Burn, you bastard, burn. Sorry, I meant the alien thing, not your companion.
Butch? You okay? Butch, speak to me.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Lehigh take a shot at converting the alien queen despite the char-broiling of one of her offspring by Lieutenant Ripley? Will Newt get to say anything else in this episode? Tune in next time to hear...
Say, Lehigh, you know, these things aren't half bad cooked, you know. Hey, has anybody got any Tabasco sauce?
In the next titty-twisting episode of Space Elders! That's a really good show. The other two.
Yep. Let's see. It's 6:39, so let's get to Big Boy News and Opinioendo so we can get to things that must go. Brought to you by
Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
Well, we start the news with a tragedy.
Oh.
She was one of a kind. She was an original. She will be missed. Man, she lived a long time. Ruthie Thompson.
Who's Ruthie Thompson?
If Snow White, well, I'm not going to tell you. If Snow White looked suitably snowy in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, if Pinocchio's nose grew just at the right rate, if Dumbo was the correct shade of elephantine gray, all of that was due in part to the largely unheralded work of Ruthie Thompson. One of a cadre of women who in the 1930s and 40s worked at Disney in indispensable anonymity, and one of its longest-lived members, Ms. Thompson, who died Sunday at the age of 111.
Wow!
Spent 4 decades, 40 years at the Disney Studios. Over time, she worked on nearly every single one of Disney's animated features, from Snow White, which was Disney's first, released in 1937, to The Rescuers, released in 1977. A Disney spokesperson, Howard Green, said she died at the Motion Picture and Television Fund's retirement community in Woodland Hills, California, where she had been a long-time resident. She was an inker.
111.
She was an inker and a painter, and she later trained her eye on the thousands of drawings that made up an animated feature, checking them for continuity of color and line, and still later as a member of the studio's scene planning department. So she did very well there. An unheralded work, but...
Because you watch those cartoon movies up to about 77, the ones that she worked on. Everything was done by hand. Not a computer
Beautiful
in sight.
stuff.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff.
All painted and assembled. And
I miss all that, too. I like that style better, and people just don't do it much anymore.
It's expensive.
Former Las Vegas Raiders head coach John Gruden resigned, on Monday after emails which included him using insensitive and inappropriate language were leaked. Reaction continues to pour in on that story, including some remarks from former players. During Tuesday morning's edition of Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max on ESPN Radio, former Tampa Bay Buccaneers star wideout Keyshawn Johnson, who spent 2 seasons with Gruden in Tampa and won a Super Bowl with him, said that he always knew that his former head coach was a fraud. As a matter of fact, he said, John Gruden has always been a fraud. From day one, he was a used car salesman. Now, I think that's a little bit harsh on used car salesmen. He was a fraud. COVID updates. Major airlines say that they will ignore a Texas order that's barring vaccine mandates. Moderna said the FDA should authorize a half-dose booster. The U.S. is going to reopen or open the Canadian and Mexico borders for fully vaccinated travelers in November and make travel between the countries easier. And that'll help a lot. There are a lot of towns along the borders of both sides that depend on people being able to cross pretty much relatively freely between the countries. There are businesses and
it's not. I was going to say it's not just tourism. It's people working. Live in one country, work in the other.
The new requirements will say the United States will welcome only visitors who are vaccinated and have to have proof. Unvaccinated travelers will continue to be banned from crossing the borders with Mexico and Canada. COVID now has killed hundreds of police officers, which is bizarre. A majority of the roughly 40 police officers over the last year and a half who patrol Baker, which is a suburb of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, over half tested positive. The majority of the roughly 40 officers tested positive for coronavirus. Now, all of them recovered and went back to work until Lieutenant DeMarcus Dunn got sick. Lieutenant Dunn, 36-year-old supervisor who coached youth sports and once chased down somebody who fled the police station after being arrested, died from COVID on August 19th. His wedding had been scheduled for the next day. And there are countless instances of this. And and yet police unions still continue to oppose vaccines for police officers.
The anti-vax culture is strong in the police culture.
It is, and it's just unbelievable and unfathomable when you see how many police officers. Again, the headline: COVID has killed hundreds of police officers, and yet the
more
police
than anything
unions-
else, it's the number one cause of death in police officers of the last year.
I just
Number
don't
one.
get it.
It's
Don't
not
get it.
surprising to me at all.
Utah has now topped 3,000 COVID-related deaths Tuesday, as the state announced 31 new deaths and 4,366 cases over the last 4 days.
That number sounds really high because of the Columbus Indigenous Peoples Day holiday. They didn't release numbers that day. It's still bad. Don't get me wrong. But
Yeah, it was that was for 4 days. The rolling 7-day average for positive tests increased to 1,399 per day. A coroner has revealed what caused Gabby Petito's death specifically. As he put it, she was strangled by human force. And pretty much what he said was hands around the neck.
She was murdered.
Yeah. She was strangled to death by human force. The Teton County coroner, Brent Blue, offered some new details in the investigation. Paperwork offered more specifics as the reporters looked over that. The death was manual strangulation and throttling. Throttling means that somebody was strangled by human force, he said. People can be strangled by other means, but in this case, we were able to determine it was hands around the neck. And still no sign of Brian Laundrie. No sign.
Well, Dog the Bounty Hunter would have found him, but his ankle. Oh, my ankle.
He's on the hunt.
You guys can mention him if you want. I remember I said last
that's
year,
that's right.
I'm not. You guys can if you want. I will not mention whoever that was you were just talking about.
Yeah, he said, I can't continue the search. My ankle hurts.
I'm not gonna.
My ankle.
A Republican congressional candidate here in Utah is challenging Utah Representative Burgess Owens to a truth off.
Okay, good.
We're talking about politicians after all, but this is kind of silly. Well, maybe not. Either way, Taylorsville resident Nick Huey going to run against Owens. He intends to undergo a polygraph test with questions voters submit to his social media platform over the next couple of weeks. And he invited Burgess Owens to participate.
He won't.
I wanted to do something that would show that I will be a transparent as possible candidate with the voters. This was an easy way to show it. Hey, I've got nothing to hide. Ask me whatever question you want. I will fully answer it and be transparent, and you can and I will have them hook me up to a lie detector test.
A thing that's not admissible in a court of law.
Well, he said, and he goes on to say, I know that they're not, admissible, and I know they're not specifically accurate. They're not specifically accurate, but Burgess Owens, then why won't you do it? And the Burgess Owens office has been quiet, completely quiet about the whole thing.
They don't need to say anything.
They won't respond to reporters. They won't respond to anybody about it.
No, his district will be gerrymandered into his favor, and everything will be fine.
And dentists have revealed the worst Halloween candies for your teeth. We don't care.
No.
But what are they? We kind of want to.
No, I don't. No.
It's the usual culprits.
You don't. Come on.
Your chewy stuff.
Do you really care? I don't care. You're going to eat them anyway.
I guess.
So, all right, that's it.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
So you had some baseball yesterday. Let's see. The Dodgers over the Giants 7-2. The Braves over the Brewers 5-4. The Astros over the White Sox 10-1. And let's see. Tonight we have. Do we have any games tonight? No, looks like we don't have any tonight. And the Jazz, they do have a game tonight. Milwaukee Bucks at the Jazz. That game is at 7:00. And that's your sports weather. So it's pretty chilly, 34 right now, and we're going to have a slight chance of showers today, then partly sunny. So today, not so much in the way of rain and snow. That's going to happen tomorrow. 70% chance of rain and snow likely, high of 45 tomorrow. And then we gradually warm back up into the 60s, it looks like, for the weekend. Traffic, let me see what we have going on there. It looks pretty good. I'm on the UDOT website, and it is green all up and down. You got to go all the way to Wyoming for trouble, I guess, which is generally the case, whether it's bad weather or not.
That's what my mother always said.
That's where the trouble is. If you see something, though, that's trouble, and you think other friends of the program need to know about it, you can send it in to us, 33986. Carl's Jr. just took their hand-breaded chicken and topped it with sweet heat flavor of honey hot sauce. Corey O'Brien has your 4-pack of goodies. Tune in later today to win.
All right. Things that must go now, brought to you by...
Prepare for winter by checking your furnace for safety and efficiency. Get your furnace inspected by a licensed contractor. Another helpful tip brought to you by Dominion Energy.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are really bugging you, the friends of the program. Please, if you have something that's, stuck in your craw, as they say, send it to us. Send it to Radio from Hell. Put "must go" in the subject line. Send it to radiofromhell@x96.com. Put your gripe in an email, and maybe if we read it on the air, it'll help you out. Carrie?
Oh, okay. I'll start, tough times up here on Mount Doom, as always.
Are you okay?
Yeah, we're okay.
You look kind of peaked.
Things that must go are, the dogs go outside when it's raining, and then they go potty, and then they come back in, and they want to cuddle,
They're all wet. Yeah,
all wet. So that must go. Let's see. We got a couple here from. Let's start with Tony. I'll admit that a couple of these go off the rails a bit. Okay.
Okay.
Just heads up. First one from Tony. Things that must go. Scammers that post links to free gift cards for Aldi in local Facebook sales groups. The nearest Aldi to Salt Lake is in Southern California.
Okay.
I guess you can't order online. I don't understand. Let's see. The Facebook and Microsoft email servers being down. Not moshing at a rock concert because you are at the opera and that is supposed to be funny. All right.
Okay.
I don't find a servant with vision problems or a music tutor giving sitar lessons dressed like 1967. Hilarious. Again, these are a little off the rails.
What?
Okay.
Yeah. See, when you type these, you might want to think
Makes
about the
sense
fact
in your
that
head.
I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you want to explain.
Well, why don't you do it before you start drinking?
Yes. Here's another one. The Peruvian Food Festival being canceled because they limit 4 food trucks is 3. It's fishy because the Italian festival did not have those restrictions.
That is fishy.
All right. Now here's one that will make sense. Having bird wrists. Thus I lose bracelets for the VIP room. I think, Tony, you've been in the VIP room a little too long, frankly. But and then finally this one, being the only one who has not seen Squid Game because I have Hulu, not Netflix. All right, Tony, there you go.
There's a way to fix that, Tony.
There's a way. All of these things. This one not signed. Hello, lords and lady. Thank you for letting me listen. Been several months. Here are some things that must go. People that park in the middle of the street and justify it by putting their emergency lights on. That's not what emergency lights are intended for. Just because you're too lazy to go find a parking spot to pick up your friend or your kid from school doesn't mean the rest of us have to be caught up in the traffic jam. I can see you doing it for just a few seconds and in a rare circumstance, but lately it has seriously gotten out of control. Stop it. And then this one finally, try to follow this one.
Okay.
People that call customer service for some other reason than to get new service, but see, again, you have to, I don't know what it is you're talking about or what you do. All right. Other reason than to get new service, but select the option to get new service, thinking that they outsmarted the system to get through to someone quicker. Yes, you got through to someone quicker, but now you have to start all over again. The person almost always starts by saying, I don't think I have the right department, but we aren't able to transfer you, and we get paid in part on converting a percentage of our calls. By doing that, you have literally taken money out of my pocket. I understand your frustration. I'm just trying to pay my bills and rent. Maybe that makes sense to some people. I don't know what it means. But there you go.
All right, I'll go next. Got a couple of my own. I brought this up before, but with winter weather being imminent or anything being imminent, that then gives license for people on the radio to say, well, with winter right around the corner. Well, with Thanksgiving right around the corner. No, just stop saying right around the corner, please.
But Bill, it's just
right around the corner.
Right around the corner.
It's a really good crutch, isn't it? And then this one just kind of bugged me. I saw it the other day. It was a piece of writing. It said, and the music was played for the surviving members of Rush. I'm glad they didn't go get the dead ones.
The dead one.
Yeah, I just don't do that. Now this one, please don't use my name. Things that must go. My insurance company expecting me to pay over $300 a month for my mental health medication, forcing me to use a cheaper, less effective alternative.
But we have the greatest healthcare system in the world, Bill.
The cheaper, less effective alternative for mental health, it's called booze.
Yeah.
The same insurance forcing me to pay almost $200 a month for my diabetes testing supplies and medication. Number 3, when you're washing your hands at a public restroom and you look up at the mirror and there are white spots all over the mirror from people popping their acne and just leaving the results.
That's it. I'm leaving.
Number 4, people who don't flush after using public facilities. Number 5, as a government employee, I get people telling me all the time, my taxes pay your salary. Yes, that's true, but it does not give you an excuse to be mean, rude, and generally treat me or my coworkers like trash. Number 6, people who assume because I work for the government that I have a cushy job where I sit around and do very little all day. And lastly, people who use social media as their information portals. Get off Facebook and Twitter and get your information from people who are actual experts in the field, not your cousin's boyfriend's aunt's best friend. Thanks for letting me listen, and Geek Show says, hey. And this one, Bill, you're welcome to use my name. I chuckled at your story, Bill, about leaving your car running over the weekend, thinking, well, I would never do that. However, Monday, I took some work colleagues out to lunch. I attempted to lock my car, but did not get the familiar beep. As we got back to the car afterwards, after lunch, I realized, oh my God, my car has been running this whole time. My must go is the non-automatic shut-off after a certain amount of time of no movement of the vehicle. Thanks for letting me listen, Jamie. Gina?
I have one. Your dog is very, very cute. I understand why you don't want to leave her alone for a second. But I put food in the grocery cart at the grocery store. Don't bring your dog into the grocery store and put your dog in the cart where groceries and food go. I just don't do that, please.
I don't even want to address kids with dirty diapers there.
I know, I agree.
And all the other crap that goes on with grocery carts.
But you can leave your dog at home. You can't leave the baby at home. Don't take him to the store. Let's see, here is somebody else's list of things that must go. The song Closing Time by Semisonic must go. I get it, you're closing. I've heard it. Slamming weights at the gym. There are signs posted that tell you not to do that. Leaving a weight machine and coming back to finish a set, or sitting at the machine and using the bench to look at your phone. Yeah, move along, please. Not being able to get your own food at the food bank must go. It's hard enough admitting you need help, but feel less devalued, like a dirty human being, because somebody has to go get it for you. Like you can't be trusted to go pick out your own food at the food bank. Let's see, this from Austin. Good morning, Lords. What must go is people who don't trust doctors who tell them to get vaccinated, but apparently have no trouble driving over bridges or buying milk at the store. All of these things involve trusting someone else to do their jobs. Also, people who drive with their dog in their lap. You're going to cause an accident and your airbag is going to kill your dog. Please stop doing that. Austin.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Yep.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic, Gina.
Unless you're headed to Wyoming, looks like you're going to have a good commute, at least so far this morning. UDOT's not reporting anything, and friends of the program haven't sent in any traffic updates. So all of that is good news. If that changes and you see some bad news you think you need to share with us, you can always text it to us, 33986.
All right, thank you. We will take a break. We will be back. We've got Boners Round 1, and, get your questions ready for Dr. Cobble. It never fails. We have him on for 2 breaks. We have him on at 7:45 and then at 8, and people don't get up the courage to ask him a question until like 8:10, and then it's too late. He's usually leaving.
Yeah.
So get in early and ask your questions for Dr. Cobble coming up right after we award round 1 of your boners. All right? Stamps.com. Whether you're a business or running an Etsy shop, or if you're like me, you're just selling your toy collection, you just want to be able to do it easily from home. Because, I like the post office. I don't mind going there. I just don't want to spend a lot of time there. And with Stamps.com, I'm able to do the stuff from home, all from home. All you need is a computer and a standard printer, no special supplies or equipment, and within minutes, you're up and running, printing official postage for any letter, any package, anywhere you want to send it. Then you just have to arrange for pickup or drop it off yourself. No traffic, no lines. It's easy. You can save time and money with Stamps.com. There's no risk. And with my promo code, Jackson, my last name, Jackson, you get a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. So just go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage, and type in my last name, Jackson. Stamps.com and the promo code Jackson. Stamps.com, you'll never go to the post office again.
I had a Mary Jane candy yesterday.
I've never heard of a Mary Jane candy.
Mary Jane's. Mary Jane's.
You
Never?
get that in Colorado?
It's you ever heard of Mary Jane?
No.
Famous old candy. Originally made in 1914.
That's probably stale.
By the Charles N. Miller Company, later by Stark Candy Company, now manufactured by Necco.
Oh.
And
did you go back to Backyard Birds?
no, my my 11-year-old daughter, little Mrs. Bill, went up to the 7-Eleven and came back and said, "Look, they have Mary Jane's up there."
She knows what that is?
Sure, she's had them before. But listen, we know candy in our family.
Old candy.
And new candy. They know all kinds of candy. The candy, Mary Jane's, Charles Miller invented this candy and named them after his favorite aunt, Mary Jane.
Ah.
And there's a picture of a little girl on
Wonder how his other aunts felt about that.
Well, he had a favorite aunt, Mary Jane. Maybe he didn't have any others, but they're terrible.
Really?
I'd forgotten how terrible they are. I think they maybe used to be a little better. It's peanut butter, essentially, or peanut. There used to be peanut butter, sort of more peanut butter in them, and peanut butter and molasses. And they're chewy, like taffy.
Yeah.
But now they're just more sort of molassesy and sugary and very little peanutty. I was disappointed, but she was excited to find them and enjoyed them. Never had a Mary Jane? No. Would you eat a Mary Jane if somebody gave you one?
Not when you've described it, how terrible it is.
Well, but I mean, if I just said it was peanut butter and molasses, would you go, "Oh, I'll try that"?
Yeah.
You don't have anything against molasses? No. It's just kind of...
What would I have against molasses?
Well, I don't know. You have weird food things.
Molasses is fine.
I thought, I think it's...
I have things in common with molasses.
That's well, you're as slow as it.
Yes.
But in January, that's what my mother used to say. Would you hurry? You're as slow as molasses in January, which is, I think, the slowest of all molasses.
And
I'm referencing Bugs Bunny twice again on today's show.
Yeah.
He was borrowing a cup of molasses from somebody. He had his coffee cup. Elmer shot a hole through it.
Uh-huh.
And it's snowing around, okay? And it starts to run out, and he goes, I didn't think molasses would run in January.
But
there you go. And then of course there's all different. There's blackstrap molasses, which is the realies. See, I didn't think you'd like molasses because it's too strong.
It's
it's like strong syrup.
You don't need a spoonful of it. It's an ingredient amongst other things.
Some people use it in lieu of syrup on things.
Ew.
They'll put drizzle molasses on their pancakes or on cereals or whatever. I find it a little. Oh, and the brand of molasses that you buy in the grocery store
has a rabbit on it.
It's Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
Brer Rabbit molasses. So I
insist on Brer Rabbit molasses.
Buying molasses.
I don't think we can go into the whole reason that why Brer Rabbit might be on the.
Ask your grandpa about Song of the South, kids.
Yeah. Or when you go to Disneyland, what is it? Big Thunder
Splash Mountain.
Splash Mountain. Splash Mountain is full of characters that Disney no longer promotes or uses.
But they're in there.
Yeah, that ride.
But that's the only place. Your laughing place. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Your laughing place.
That's where Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah. I like that ride, actually.
Always get wet.
And it's a nice place to cool off at Disneyland.
Mm-hmm. All right, 7:06 right now.
So I had a list here that I thought maybe we could do, and because people do love lists. But then Gina said, "Well, I've got a list too," and I think my list is better than Gina's list.
Well, I think there's only one way to find out, right?
What?
Dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Hang on.
Stretch.
What's your list that you think's so great?
Yeah.
Well, it's not the sauces, I'll tell you that.
You're saving that one.
You're saving the sauce.
That's the big gun I'm saving.
That's the A-bomb. That's the
20
the
simple
nuclear
sauces that can improve any meal.
That's right.
But this is 30 sexy texts to send on Halloween, guaranteed to get you some loving.
Okay,
well,
we don't
guaranteed.
Well, we don't have time for all 30, so I want you to pick like the top 5 or 6. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So, and what's Gina's list? What do you have?
Well, I have 40. We won't do all 40.
No. Pick your best.
Celebrities living with chronic medical conditions.
I can see where these lists are very similar and
medical conditions.
Competitive.
I have Crohn's disease.
That may come up.
I bet it will. I'm diabetic.
Tell you what, I will.
have arthritis.
Let me get the coin toss app out to decide who goes first. And I will let. Oh, where did the coin toss app go?
I don't know.
So many apps on my phone. Okay, go ahead. Heads or call it Gina. Heads or tails?
Heads.
Heads. All right. The coin toss app says it is heads. As you can see there. All right. So Gina goes first.
Celebrities living with chronic medical conditions. Number 1, George Clooney is living with chronic pain. It all started when he suffered a serious injury on the set of 2005 Syriano while filming a torture scene. He fell off the chair, split open his head, and tore his dura, the outer layer of his spinal cord. Fluid leaked out. He had surgery. He is in chronic pain.
Are you going to do a whole book? All right, here's mine. Sexy text guaranteed to get you some love on Halloween.
Halloween themed. Okay.
Yeah. I must. No, wait, I don't want to do that one. Hey, you. I think it's time for a little hocus pocus, if you know what I'm saying.
You'd have to spell it like P-O-K-E.
It's P-O-K-E-U-S.
U-S, yeah.
Poke us.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll give that one a pass.
So what is a tie?
Well, it's spelling sensitive, and we're here on the radio. But I'll give you a point.
Okay. All right. 1 point for me.
For nearly 2 decades, Montel Williams has been suffering with multiple sclerosis.
But even I knew this, though.
Yeah, I mean, and
I didn't
most
know
people,
Clooney.
And most people are going, who? Montel who? All right,
Just
here's
use your list. Don't attack my list.
All right, go
Come
ahead.
with your list.
Listen, I'll play the game my way. You play yours. How about this? Here's a sexy text for Halloween. You know, you should ditch your broomstick tonight and ride me instead.
That's a little on the nose. That's a little...
Pretty good. Come on, Kerry. Going against Montel Williams?
I can't give you points, either one of you, for either one of those.
Okay.
All right.
Will I Am? What's he suffering from? You don't know until I tell you. It's ADHD. He's suffering from ADHD.
What?
I said to bring your best, Gina.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, I know lots of... Anyway.
Okay, here's mine. Going up against that. Hey, why don't you get over here so we can play the ghost game? You know, where we get under the sheets and you make me moan.
Okay, well, I'll give you half a point for that one. Yeah. All right, Gina.
U2 lead singer Bono. What is he suffering from?
Something to do with his eyes, because he's always wearing those glasses.
Glaucoma.
Glaucoma.
He suffers from glaucoma.
All right.
Suffering.
All right, here's mine. Sexy Halloween tweet. I'm feeling wicked tonight, but I promise I don't bite unless you want me to. What?
Half a
glaucoma?
Half a point.
Okay,
I knew it was something to do with his eyes, though. But anyway, go ahead, Gina.
David Beckham looks like a very healthy person, doesn't
Seems
he?
like it.
You don't
Sure.
think there's anything wrong? He's a high-level athlete.
They would, in Britain, call him fit.
Yeah. Asthma. He's got...
What about my asthma?
I'll give you asthma.
Again, these past two, Katie has both of those. For you, you need to do better, Gina. I want lymphomas and
Okay.
Here's mine.
Yeah.
This has got to beat that. Let's see. The only treat I'm looking to get tonight the only treat I'm looking to get in my sack tonight is you.
Okay, here's one.
All right.
Alec Baldwin.
Okay. I know what it is. It's a disease called aholio.
No.
No?
He was in 2 separate attacks. He was bitten by ticks. He has Lyme disease. Alec Baldwin is suffering.
I knew that.
These
from Lyme
paparazzi
disease.
bloodsuckers are okay. Well,
okay. I'll challenge it with let's see, this one. Fair warning. What I have planned for you tonight isn't scary, but it'll definitely make you scream.
That's a little more subtle than those other two. Yeah.
Well, I am looking for subtlety here.
All right.
You wanted Crohn's disease, I'll give you Crohn's disease.
Something. Okay. Give me something.
Pete Davidson has Crohn's disease.
Well, and a lot of other problems, but he does have Crohn's disease?
Here's one you didn't know.
All right.
I'm going to throw another one in there.
All right.
Okay.
Kim Kardashian. She has the heartbreak of psoriasis. She suffers from the heartbreak of psoriasis.
All right, Bill, finish it off here. Bring it home.
All right.
Because,
let's see. How about, want to explore the dark side with me tonight? I've got some ideas.
That's it?
No? Okay.
Not
She
even
did two
any-
in a row. Let
Okay.
me do one more.
All right, because there was not even any clever wordplay in that.
Let's see. I'm going to do one more. Here we go. How about this one? Oh, crap. I decided to wear my birthday suit for my Halloween costume this year. You want to see?
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on
I
X96.
should have gone with the bone one.
Who won?
It's a draw.
No?
Well, I'll just say this: there were no winners.
We all
Including the listeners. Including the listeners. There were no winners there.
All right, traffic, please.
A bunch of traffic coming in from friends of the program. Thank you. Truck driver, friend of the program again. I-70 is closed on the other side of the Eisenhower Tunnel due to accidents. Also heavy snowfall. I love my job. Be careful, truck driver, friend of the program. Crash southbound I-15 just south of Brigham City. Traffic is down to one lane there. Actually, a couple different friends of the program sent that one in. Thank you for that. And if you want to be like them and see something and want to share it with friends of the program, just send it in to us, 33986, and I will pass it along. Flying Vampires, yes, Dracula the Ballet arrives October 22nd. Tickets at balletwest.org.
All right.
Did you know Montel Williams had breast cancer as well?
I did.
That's what you're swapping lists here.
No, one of those celebrities had herpes, and that makes me sad. All right, boners round one.
Here we go. Here are the candidates you'll be voting for. Number one, it's the pop-punk feud. Number two, we should just take the boats out of the ocean. And number three, we barely cared about Dean before, and now we care not at all.
Yep. All right, boners round one coming up along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Stand by. RanLife.com.
Listen, the best thing for you to do is go to RanLife's website. I've had a great experience with Ran Life doing refinances of my mortgage on a couple of occasions, and they do great work. And once you have a mortgage with Ran Life, it's just so streamlined and easy. They have this portal. Your payments are automatic. It's Ran Life's 20th anniversary, and as part of that celebration and their long relationship with Radio from Hell and X96, they are giving X96 listeners a gift, the Ran Life Customer for Life discount, which normally is only given to returning clients. So, how do you get that? Well, the best way to do it is go to their website. Go to ranlife.com/X96. That's ranlife.com/X96. It'll explain all of it. It'll show you all of their mortgage information, the rates and everything, and what their Customer for Life discount is. ranlife.com/X96.
It's the Utah Word of the Day.
From what year? Do you have any idea?
1994.
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL.
Oh, yeah.
And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached whale?
Yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hail stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah, yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fell.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not going to be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer?
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail. And I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel.
Sure did.
They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret Book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
There you go.
That's back when we had this theory that we would beat you over the head with comedy. You know, the way to get you to laugh was to beat you over the head with comedy.
Why didn't we ever learn to edit?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Also, now, you were shouting, this sucks. I got to tell you, though, out of all of the Utah Word of the Days, that was the best one.
It was one of the,
Really?
Yeah. That was one of the better ones.
In my opinion, I think that was the best one. Whenever someone says, what's the quintessential episode, I say that one.
I still like Lard Dorothy. That's a gorgeous orange.
I like talking to the manager of the store about the manger scene.
Yeah.
The creche, you know, the manger scene. The manger. I need to speak to the manger about the manger scene.
God. Beat you over the head is right. Even I was getting bored. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's why we don't do sketches anymore, all right? Anyway. All right, 7:23. Let's get to round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You'll decide with your votes. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, possibly becoming Boner of the Day? Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. It secures a spot in Boner Dome. Round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We take both winners,
put them both against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when Boner Fight happens. That's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day at that time. But right now, got to send one of these three from this round one forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to Anime Bonsai, October 15th through the 17th at the Davis Convention Center. You will, animate, cosplay, people watching, vendors, all kinds of stuff.
It's Boner candidate number 1. It's the pop-punk feud. Machine Gun Kelly, MGK, performed at the Aftershock Festival over the weekend, receiving a mixed reception from the audience of thousands. One audience member threw a log at him as he sang.
There was just a log lying around.
As he sang from atop a tent, while others threw bottles, booed, and flipped off Machine Gun Kelly. The venom aimed at Mr. Kelly stems from a feud with Corey Taylor Slipknot. Now, in case you need a refresher on the situation, which I know you probably do.
I do.
Things got heated when Machine Gun Kelly threw shade at Slipknot during his performance at the Riot Fest. He was reacting to an interview with Corey Taylor, filmed earlier in the year when the Slipknot vocalist criticized the authenticity of Machine Gun Kelly's move to pop punk. MGK kept it going on social media the next day as the news went viral and said that Corey Taylor recorded a verse for his 2020 album, Tickets to My Downfall, in which Kelly, and he said, and I didn't use it. Wasn't that good, so I didn't use it. And he's bitter over that. It's the big pop-punk feud.
I could care less about either of these people.
Kerry, again, you've got to take sides.
I don't have to take sides, do I?
Boner candidate number 1. It's the big pop-punk feud. Here's Boner candidate number 2. Well, we should just take the boats out of the ocean.
Now I know what story you're going to do here. Are you sure this is...
I'm not sure. What is it?
A Republican state legislative candidate in Virginia posed an interesting question on Twitter recently. I'm curious, do you think the sea level would lower because, the oceans are getting higher because of the melting glaciers? Do you think the sea level would lower if we just took all the boats out of the water? I mean, it's just a thought, not a statement, wrote Scott Pio, who was challenging Democratic delegate David Reed in Loudoun County District 32. The pro-Trump candidate suggests that taking all the boats out of the water to lower the sea level would be something that would work. Now, Mr. Pio later deleted that tweet.
Yes.
But not before it was picked up by the Democratic group of Blue Virginia. Mr. Pio later wrote in response to Blue Virginia's post, when you take things out of bathwater, the bathwater decreases, does it not? I got a lot of hate from your group for asking a question about taking things out of the water. I mean, I'm just curious.
He's
when you
pulling I'm just asking questions.
I'm just curious when you stop believing in pure physics. I mean, I guess you don't believe in science experiments.
No, dummy. We need ships in the ocean. How do you think we get goods and services back and forth? Stupid.
In its post, Blue Virginia, the Democratic group, pointed to some of Pio's other views, including his opposition to abortion in all cases and his belief that there should be no restrictions on guns. The scary thing is, this guy's not an outlier for today's Republican Party. The party of Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Bob Good, Ken Cuccinelli, Glenn Youngkin, Winsome Sear. There are many, many like him.
All of them, yes.
Many like him.
This is what makes me nervous, is the smart, reasonable people are not running for office. They're busy running businesses and living their lives, and they're like, I'm not going to be a politician. Yeah. So the crazy is making the decisions.
And when the sane people decide to run against the crazy, then the crazy rallies their foot soldiers, and they get death threats, and they're picketing outside their house, and they go, I don't need this.
Now, an engineer, did a scientific calculation for Mr. Pio. His name is Randall Monroe. He's an engineer who authored the award-winning webcomic XKCD. Recently calculated an estimated answer to Mr. Pio's question about the impact of removing all boats from the water. So he said, okay, I can figure this out.
I'll indulge you. Okay.
Mr. Monroe concluded that the impact on sea levels would be about, it would have an impact, about 6 microns, which is slightly more than the diameter of a spider silk web.
Again, I'm just he pulled the I'm just asking questions thing.
The oceans, Mr. Monroe said, the oceans are currently rising at about 3.3 milliliters per year due to global warming. This would have, obviously no effect. Boner candidate number 2. Well, we should just take the boats out of the water.
Text here, my sister lives in Loudoun County, and anytime I tell her news concerning crazy stuff like this, she always responds, was it in Loudoun County?
It was here, wasn't it? You're talking about where I live, right?
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Well, we barely cared about Dean before, and now we care not at all.
All right, so boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
Get a newer car, reduce your current monthly payment by 20% guaranteed at Strong Volkswagen. Let them show you how today at strongvw.com.
Tragedy. Tragedy. He was truly one of a kind. He will be missed. Paddy Maloney has died.
Paddy Maloney.
At the age of 83, the leader and co-founder of the really wonderful Irish band, The Chieftains.
I was going to say, I knew that name.
Saw the Chieftains in concert years ago, and they were just amazing. The news of Maloney's passing was broken by the Irish Traditional Music Archive, who said, Paddy Maloney, and then they put there's some Gaelic here, which I can't pronounce or read. He was the whistle player, the piper, the composer, the arranger, and the leader of the Chieftains. He made an enormous contribution to Irish traditional music, song, and dance, and they were just great. So long, Paddy.
Paddy.
So the Archbishop of the United States military, Catholic Archbishop, said on Tuesday that he does not believe that soldiers should be required to get vaccinated against the coronavirus if they don't want to.
The Pope says differently.
I know, but the Archbishop says, his name is Timothy Broglio. He was appointed by Pope Benedict in 2007, no one should be forced to receive a COVID vaccine if it would violate the sanctity of his or her conscience. By contrast, Pope Francis has advised Catholics to get the vaccine, calling immunization a moral duty to fellow human beings. Broglio has, however, said he supports Joe Biden's order, for all members of the military. What? I don't
The Pope
understand
says he supports it?
No, they must have miswritten this. Broglio has, however, said he supports Joe Biden's order for all members of the military to get vaccinated. He said that members of the military who do not receive the vaccine should wear masks. I don't get that sentence.
So this is a non-story.
Well, I don't know. Is it?
Is he saying that they should stay in the military even if they're not vaccinated but wear masks and distance?
Yes, he is saying that.
Okay, that's not possible, so go away.
I know. The police officer named William Stone first signed up to receive Oath Keepers emails a dozen years ago when he ran for county sheriff in rural Utah as a constitutional candidate. Dirk Milliken, an Air Force veteran and self-described constitutionalist, joined the Oath Keepers out of patriotism, but he's since quit the anti-government militia group, and Utah Department of Corrections Director Brian Nielsen denied ever being affiliated with Oath Keepers, but he does remember going to a couple of events when he was the San Pete County Sheriff where an Oath Keepers board member was also present. Their names were included on a list with hundreds of Utah addresses kept by the Oath Keepers, which is a group federal law enforcement officials have identified as an anti-government militia. The data, which includes tens of thousands of names, was sent to the Distributed Denial of Secrets, a journalism nonprofit that releases data to reporters and researchers. The Salt Lake Tribune got a copy of it. Reporters identified 302 people with Utah addresses and reached out to around 24 people that appeared to be public officials or had clear ties to the military or law enforcement. The data includes emails, and it offers a rare glimpse into the membership of the private group, and it shows Oath Keepers have targeted the senior ranks of the nation's policing and veteran community.
That makes sense.
For recruitment, including in Utah. The list of Utahns includes 1 current police officer, at least 8 others who said on their social media accounts that they had experience working in law enforcement. More than 24 others are military veterans. Others identified themselves as teachers, pilots, and firearms instructors. Also on the roster, William Keebler, a Stockton man who spent 2 years behind bars after admitting he tried to blow up a Bureau of Land Management cabin in 2016.
You know, patriots.
Yeah.
Gary.
Yep.
Look, that's just what they call themselves.
Yeah.
Are they terrorists? No, ask them. They'll say
No.
they're patriots. Well, evidence to the contrary.
Gina, here's a story for you.
Okay.
Synthetic chemicals called phthalates found in hundreds of consumer products, such as food storage containers, shampoo, makeup, perfume, and children's toys, may contribute to some 91,000 to 107,000 premature deaths a year among people ages 55 to 64 in the United States. People with the highest level of phthalates had a greater risk of death from any cause, especially cardiovascular mortality, according to the study. The study estimated those deaths cost the United States $40 to $47 billion each year in lost economic productivity. The phthalates are in almost everything we use.
So why is this for me? Just something else to worry about?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So you need to start checking your product labels to see if there are phthalates in the products that you use. They are very common. They're added to consumer products such as PVC plumbing, vinyl flooring, rain and stain resistant products, medical tubing, garden hoses, some children's toys, makeup. And I'm not sure why they're added. What they do for the products, but they put it, but the phthalates are in there, and they're really, really bad for you.
Thanks.
Sure.
So something to think about when you go to bed tonight. Weather, traffic.
So today, high of 48, so it's super chilly. It's going to be not much of a chance of showers today, though. So increasing clouds and cold. Tomorrow is when rain and snow are likely, overnight tonight into tomorrow. And then we gradually warm up for the weekend. We'll be back up in the mid-60s and sunny by Saturday and Sunday. So that's good. We're not going to hover in the 50s forever now. Traffic, let's see. We have a crash southbound US 89, 66 South. This is in South Weber. The left lane blocked there. Signal problems at 4 South I-15 in Salt Lake. Treat that as a four-way stop. Crash southbound I-15 2nd South. That's milepost 308. The right lane blocked there. Trucker friends of the program telling us don't go to Wyoming today because it's closed. They're having serious snow and other issues up there. So if you were planning on heading up there, don't. Let's see. Lots of friends of the program texting in about that I-15 southbound 4th South exit accident. So if you see something, you can text it to us, and I'll pass it along. 33986. Get a newer car. Reduce your monthly payment by 20% guaranteed at Strong Volkswagen. Let them show you how today. StrongVW.com.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. We barely cared about Dean before, and now we just care not at all. Dean Cain.
Ooh. Worst Superman ever.
The 55-year-old actor who starred in the ABC series Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman. from 1993 to 97, took jabs at the comic book publisher, DC Comic Books, during an interview with Fox and Friends on Tuesday.
What a surprise.
Because, well, apparently this new Superman character, the new adventures, or this new Superman character is bisexual, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They said they took a new direction, a bold new direction. I say they're bandwagging, Dean said. Robin just came out as bi. Who's really shocked about that one? The new Captain America is gay. My daughter in the TV series Supergirl, where I played the father, was gay. So I don't think it's bold or brave at all to say they're taking some crazy new direction. If they had done this 20 years ago, maybe that would have been bold or brave. What's he doing?
No, see, he's confused. This is the first time, because the character he's referencing on the Supergirl TV show is not a superhero. It's just one of the side characters, all right? And again, it's not Superman. These are people who are outraged who haven't read a comic book in 15 years. It's Jonathan Kent, Superman's son.
Yeah.
Superman is off in space taking care of some Superman stuff, and he said, while I'm gone...
I got to go be Superman.
I can't leave Earth without a Superman. Jonathan, you have Kryptonian powers.
Okay, this is the first I'm hearing of this.
Yeah,
Everywhere I saw Superman's gay.
Yeah,
and that's it.
you take over, and there you go. And it's his son, Jonathan.
And he loves his son, even though his son is bisexual.
He knows, yes. He's fine with it.
Yeah.
And so all of these people who are saying Superman's not gay, I want you to think of, well, first of all, he's not gay, he's bi. Second of all, it's made up. It's the writer is trying something. Why don't you give it a chance? Maybe you'll like it. Third, if you're putting down bisexual people, what about that kid out there that hears you doing that?
Yes.
He's going to think, well, I'm not worth it.
Yes.
And let the kid read the comic and decide for himself,
All of the writers are, most of the people writing about this are saying the new Superman is revealed to be bisexual without explaining what that is.
Yeah, and it's his son. Yeah.
And then Dean Cain said this, too, which I think, I love the concept of Captain America, but I'm so tired of this wokeness and anti-Americanism.
What does this have to do with America?
because Captain America went on a journey where he found people in different cities who were dressing up as Captain America and helping people.
Okay.
And one of the characters was gay.
Okay.
It wasn't Steve Rogers. It was one of the characters who wants to help people was gay, and that's what he's talking about.
I don't see a problem here at all.
Well, you're not Dean Cain.
Yeah. And again, why Superman? He's an alien. He's a space alien. Maybe he would be.
Who knows?
Why not? Anyway. All right.
His dad was Marlon Brando. That's what I know.
That's his grandpa.
Yeah, and Jalom's grandpa.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
It's stupid.
Yeah. All right, let's review the candidates and then get to voting, shall we? Boner candidate number one, it's the pop-punk feud. It's that big feud between Machine Gun Kelly and Corey Taylor of Slipknot. Who cares? Boner candidate number two, we should just take the boats out of the ocean. It's a pro-Trump candidate in Virginia suggesting that taking all of the boats out of the water would lower the sea levels to counteract global warming. And boner candidate number three, we barely cared about Dean Cain before, and now we care not at all.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. Round two happens at 8:20. We'll get three more candidates and another winner there. We'll take both winners and put them against each other. That's the choice between boner of the day. The winner of each round, you'll vote at 9:20 this morning for that. Right now, you got to send one of these three forward from this round one. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Pretty easy. All right? Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, October 13, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. Let's go. This is round one.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
So, tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas, yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Oh, Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry, today is no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
Jeez. This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
can I just say thank you?
Oh, okay.
Because that's one of my favorite shows on this planet. So
Is that what
thank
we
you.
do in the shadows?
Yes.
Is that what that was?
It's few and far between. I'm able to get a usable line.
It's so funny. Yes, that's true. It's so funny.
We have Dr. Cobble standing
We
by,
do.
right?
Yeah, so start lining up now. 877-602-9696. If you have a question for Dr. Cobble about the vaccine, about COVID, about boosters, about all of that stuff, he is here for us in 2 segments. This segment and then at 8 o'clock. So if you get in now, we prefer your phone calls. We'll take your text questions, but we prefer your phone calls. Text at 33986, but phone calls are given a priority. 877-602-9696.
I've got questions.
I'm just asking questions.
I got them.
All right. That's award candidate round number 1.
Yes, this boner brought to you by Five Guys Hamburgers.
And Anime Bonsai returns October 15th through the 17th to the Davis Conference Center. Enjoy cosplay, gaming panels, anime art vendors, and people watching. It's going to be an incredible year for Anime Bonsai. Get tickets today at animebonsai.org.
There was boner candidate number 1, the pop punk feud. That big fight between Machine Gun Kelly and Slipknot's Corey Taylor. And 7 people were very, very much invested in that.
Nobody cared.
Then we had, boner candidate number 3 was pretty good. Dean Cain, just mouthing off about this new character in the Superman comics. It's Superman's son, who is apparently bisexual. And Dean Cain is, oh, they have to be so woke. And he was just mouthing off about that.
Yeah.
And that got a lot of votes. But it couldn't beat boner candidate number 2. We should just take the boats out of the water.
Yeah.
Pro-Trump candidate, yeah. Take all the boats out of the water to stop the rising seas.
That's your new GOP. That's your, okay. So that's your winner of round 1. Now it goes forward. It might be boner of the day. Depends. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get another winner there. We take both winners, put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day with your vote at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. Don't forget, 877-602-9696. Call now and talk to Dr. Cobble. Brought to you by...
I get your shot, please? I'm just asking nicely. Just please.
Dr. Michael Cobble is with us. Good morning, Dr. Cobble. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Dr. Cobble can answer your... I don't think he's been stumped of the COVID question yet. COVID and vaccine questions. Do we have anybody on the line to ask questions right now at 877-602-9696? I think a lot of people, Dr. Cobble, are curious about this this pill that they're saying that, was it Merck, I think, has come up with?
Correct. Yeah.
And what is this designed to do? And talk about that a little.
Well, it's similar to the Tamiflu, amantadine type medications. When people caught the flu, if you started the pill the first couple days, you could reduce the course of the illness. But this particular pill is preventing COVID if you catch it. Certain criteria, I think you have to be over 60, you have to be unvaccinated, you have to be have comorbidities like obesity, hypertension, coronary disease, diabetes. So the people that were studied were over 60, unvaccinated, and it showed a 55% reduction in hospitalization and death. Not as good as the vaccine, which is 95%. And it's more of a reactive measure. So it's kind of how typical medicine is. You wait for the train wreck to happen, and then you try to go in there and do a rescue, or you wait for someone to go over the cliff, and then you try to put them back together at the bottom. So again, I think it's another one of those things that is good, but the best thing is really masks and appropriate distancing and vaccinations. And this is about $700. It's 40 pills over 5 days, where the vaccine's about $12. So I guess you decide where you want to waste your money.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is it like? So you said it's like Tamiflu. You have to give it right very early in the you're contracting the virus. But sometimes you may not know that you have it. You may think you have a cold or you're having allergies, and it turns out to be coronavirus, and then it would be too late, right?
Yeah, again, early in the course was the important thing, and it's a nucleosidase, so it actually goes inside of the material, the virus, and it prevents the virus from replicating. So it prevents the virus from spreading through your body. But again, the majority of people over 60 have been vaccinated, so it's going to be a small group of people that it'll apply to. I'm not sure how the FDA is going to open it up to people younger than that because it hasn't been studied in that population.
Yeah, the best thing to do is get the vaccine.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dan on the phone. Hi, Dan.
Dan, what's your question?
Good morning. Hey, yeah, so I had received both doses of Pfizer vaccine. Got my first one in December, second one in January. Then I ended up catching coronavirus in July. I was just wondering, like, with already having the antibodies in me, is it worth it to get the booster vaccine?
Yeah, that's a good question, tough question. Most of the COVID data was people had caught it prior and then they had got vaccinated to get the extra boost. You got both vaccines prior and then you were one of the unlucky people that caught it afterwards. Fortunately, hopefully it was a mild case. Probably, we don't have a lot of data on that. Probably if the booster fits into your philosophy and it's easy and available, probably makes sense. I've seen people catch this twice before the vaccine was available. I've seen people catch it 3 times before they got vaccinated. So it appears, especially the Delta variant, I assume in July you probably caught the Delta variant, but I think, again, if the booster fits into your mindset, it probably is a smart thing to do.
It wouldn't hurt, right?
Yeah.
Well, that'd be rare.
Well, thank you.
It'd be really rare. I mean, he's already had the vaccine, so he knows that he's not
Yeah.
severely allergic to it. And again, a serious adverse event's about 1 in 200,000. He might get mild cold and flu-like symptoms for a day or two, just like he did, if he did with the first 2 vaccines.
All right.
Dr. Cobble, for someone like that, is it feasible for them to get an antibody test to actually see the level of antibodies they have in their system?
Yeah, so they don't do quantitative. They don't measure the number of antibodies. They do in clinical studies, but they don't do in the real world. And that's something that Moderna is pushing up against right now because the Moderna vaccine had a really robust antibody response, and the booster didn't show as robust a response because most of the people had very high levels of antibodies. And the FDA is arguing about that right now. That,
I see.
Maybe Moderna's response with the half-dose booster isn't as dynamic because they still had very high levels. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's the argument with the FDA this week about Moderna boosters.
All right. Brian, Chris, hang on the line. We'll get to your calls. That means we have a line open, 877-602-9696. Dr. Cobble answers your questions coming up after these. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, major slowdown southbound I-15 at 3rd North in Salt Lake. It's off to the right shoulder, but hearing from several friends of the program that are stuck in that, and it's showing up red on my UDOT camera, so that could be an issue for you. Crash southbound I-15 at 2nd South in Salt Lake. Also crashed southbound US 89 66 South. That's up in South Weber. The left lane is blocked there. And looks like that's about it. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986, and we'll pass it along. Get a newer car. Reduce your current monthly payment by 20% guaranteed at Strong Volkswagen. Let them show you how today at strongvw.com.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back. Questions for Dr. Cobble at 877-602-9696. A message from the Park City Restaurants. It's parkcityrestaurants.com is the website you go to.
It's the Dine About Park City's 8th annual Dine About Park City. And
it's your last chance this weekend.
Is it? Is it the 17th?
The 17th.
Yeah,
17th, yeah.
So this is a chance for you to, over 30 restaurants are participating in the Park City area. And it's an exciting opportunity for you to try a variety of incredible restaurants without breaking the bank. So here's what you got. You can get $10 to $15 per person 2-course lunches, or $20 to $40 per person 3-course dinners at these restaurants. And then there's a stay and like an overnight package too, right?
Yeah,
Jen?
the Park City Restaurants lodging partners, Stay Park City, are offering exclusive lodging packages for Dine-About guests. So you make a weekend out of it. You stay, you enjoy some great food at some great restaurants, and all of the information is available at parkcityrestaurants.com.
I was so angry.
What?
Saturday night. After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party, and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I get home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
and the lights in the car honked, and the raccoon kind of like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him.
Yeah.
And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him.
Yeah.
And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic, like
Bill treed a coon.
a 50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling, you son of a... Get back here!
Bill lives where the red fern grows.
I was just so mad, and he ran up the damn tree, and they're everywhere. God.
I think they've declared war on you.
I
frankly,
think
but
they have.
Coming to get you.
It's like birds have declared war on my wife. Raccoons.
No kidding.
Declared war on you.
He stopped and growled at the car. I swear to God he did.
Pyro!
Get away!
Shake his fist. Roadhog!
His
little birdie finger.
One of his little bandit hands,
Bird finger.
Their hands are almost human,
They have them,
But ran right up the tree in front of my house. God, that made me mad.
What are you going to do?
Did your wife lock you out again? You sleep on the porch. Was it one of those?
No.
No?
Oh, why I was on this?
Why you were out on the front porch?
I was taking the night air.
He's farting.
Taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey. I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No.
Taking the night wind.
No.
That's what it is.
No, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't need this crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the coons.
No kidding. It just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog Chase killed one in the backyard, and ever since then they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know.
Got to send a message.
I know. I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it, and Brian will come and get them.
I want reliable people who aren't going to get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with this.
I just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while.
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
Yeah, Rush is. I haven't seen Rush for a week. Baby Rush is finally gone.
Raccoon will kill a cat.
I know. They've been coexisting for a while.
Well, no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons. Before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. Just drives me crazy.
Well, got to kill one. Got to kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
Well, it's just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where are you going to get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You got to bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse?
No, that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man.
second half sponsor, Gina? We just
Get your shot, please.
Get your shot.
We won't shame you. We're just happy if you did it.
We're back with Dr. Michael Coble to answer your questions about coronavirus or about the vaccine. So give us a call, 877-602-9696.
All right, let's go to Brian. Hi, Brian. Go ahead.
Hey, so I've got a question for you, Dr. Cobble. We have 3 elementary-aged unvaccinated kids, a 16-year-old that's vaccinated, and both adults are vaccinated. Our 16-year-old goes around with friends, presumably unmasked. Some are vaccinated, some are not. So if when she comes home, what's the likelihood of her transmitting it back to the little ones?
Well, I think it depends on her. If she were unlucky enough to catch it, it depends on her how close she is. I've seen about half the family catch the old COVID last year. Delta is a little more aggressive, and about 20% of people unvaccinated are asymptomatic, so they're spreading it without knowing it. And about 40% of the vaccinated people will be asymptomatic. That's good and bad. It means the vaccine's preventing you from having symptoms and getting really sick and going to the hospital, 95%. But also you can spread it and not know it. And, of course, nobody wants to spread it around and not know it. So I think that, again, if she's going to be real close contact for a long period of time, 20, 60 minutes, probably good to have the mask on. And but I think the chances are pretty low that she would spread it, and your kids should be able to get vaccinated in the next 3 or 4 weeks. They'll be talking about it before Halloween.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. I think you should make her wear a mask when she comes home. When she's at home, you've been out doing whatever. You got to wear a mask at home.
All right, Brian, thank you. Let's go to Chris. Hello, Chris.
Hey, guys.
There.
So, quick question. Long story short, coworker of mine got COVID, so we kind of made fun of him about it and said, well, you should have got your shot beforehand. And then he kind of got snappy with us and said he had a heart condition his doctor told him not to. Is that BS? Can I call BS on that, or is that something that's kind of like...
I would love
you want to keep
BS.
teasing him.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to keep teasing him. Yeah, that is BS. The only contraindication is if you are allergic to the vaccine. And unfortunately, someone with a heart condition should get vaccinated. But, this is a guy that's probably made up his mind that he's not going to do it. He'll use any excuse or smokescreen not to. So I think it's better not to tease him or shame him or make fun of him. And I'd just wear my mask around him all the time. I'd limit my contact. He's made a decision. Of course, he's already caught it now, it sounds like. But he can catch it again based on the experience we've seen. So
We've seen people catch it 3
I haven't
times
found it
now.
real helpful to make. Yeah, I haven't found it's real helpful to make fun of people, but you can with your other friends when he's not around.
Well, while we're on the subject, because we got a text about it earlier, it says, I have a kid who is so terrified of needles that we can't get him a shot. When will it be available as an inhaler? And I wanted to reply with, don't wait for that, because it's we haven't heard anything about, some sort of inhaling version of this thing.
Yeah, it's tough. A lot of kids are afraid of needles. Most pediatricians' offices are pretty good at walking the kids through it and getting it done. And Flu Mist was a nasal spray for the flu. I loved it. My family's loved it. Kids loved it. It was easy. The kids tolerate it really well. I don't know if we'll get a nasal COVID vaccine. It's a lot more expensive to produce, much more complicated, and I think we're still going to be working on trying to get the regular vaccine out to third world populations. And so I wouldn't hold my breath for that inhaler or nasal. I'd just somehow try to accommodate the child and have the pediatrician just get it done.
So, Chris, find a way to accommodate the child that you work with, Chris. All right.
You just distract them. You just say, look over there, and when they do it, kids are dumb.
Or you
just say,
bribe
look
them.
over there, and then you give them a shot,
Is Michael still there? Michael?
I am. Good
Go
morning.
ahead, Michael.
Good morning. Yeah, I had a question. I got the J&J shot, and nobody ever really talks about it. And just doing my own Google research, it sounds like have any more information on J&J shots and boosters?
Yeah, great question. So J&J showed recently that their booster was very effective as well, and they've presented that data to the FDA, and the FDA is already mulling over that, and the Moderna booster as well. And I think you'll see a decision on that in the next 5 to 20 days, but the FDA will make a decision on when the J&J booster will be available, as well as the Moderna booster.
There you go, Michael.
Oh, awesome. Thank you very much.
All right, so we have time for one more question from, is it Katie? I think it's Katie. All right. Hi, Katie. Go ahead.
Hi, my question is also about boosters. So I got the Pfizer vaccine. Is it recommended that we also get the Pfizer booster, or could we also get the Moderna or the other one once they're available? And is there any benefit to getting the other booster shot?
Mixing the cocktail.
Yeah, so FDA and most advisory boards want you to stay with the same vaccine you had. The only booster available currently is Moderna. So if you qualify for the Moderna booster, I'd go in and get it. Mixing and matching probably works, but that we don't have prospective randomized data that would support that, and that's the only thing that agencies will support.
Dr. Cobble, isn't it Pfizer?
Yeah.
Not Moderna.
Yeah,
it's
Pfizer.
Pfizer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I?
You said Moderna,
yeah,
but
so,
it's
okay.
Pfizer.
Yeah, the booster that's available is Pfizer, and Moderna and J&J are pending. So if you had the Pfizer booster, you could be qualified to get the booster.
All right. There you go, Katie.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much. Have a good day.
Yep, you
too. Well, that's we're out of time.
Dr. Cobble, thanks again.
I think one comment. Yeah, just I don't think people could hurt themselves by mixing and matching the vaccines, but that's just not how they've been studied.
Okay. Will they do it? I mean, if you.
I don't know. It depends on how the person vaccinating them, whether they look at their card very closely or how it's documented. Typically, I don't think they would do it if they recognize you had a different vaccine.
I see. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. We'll talk to you again.
Guys.
Thanks.
We'll see you.
Okay. Take care.
All right, thank you. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, a couple of friends of the program letting us know about a stalled vehicle northbound I-15 at the I-15-215 junction in Salt Lake, milepost 299. UDOT says the center lane is closed there, and I'm looking at the cameras. Looks like there's quite a bit of slowage through that area. Also crashed southbound I-15 third north in Salt Lake. That one looks like it's easing up a bit. If you're in either of those areas or anywhere where you see something going down, you can text it to us, 33986, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program. Fear Factory is back for its most terrifying season ever. Fear Factory, you can find more about it at x96.com.
All right. Let's see. We got round 2 coming up, right? Yeah. Here are the titles, the candidates. Boner candidate number 1. He tried to exploit a national crisis for his own gain. Boner candidate number 2. We should be kinder to our alien friends. And boner candidate number 3. The headline calls her raunchy mom, but many called her the cool mom.
All right. Boners round 2, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo, coming up after these. BigOTires.com. The cold weather is here now, and your tires react differently in the cold weather, which is why you want to get the cold weather tires.
Yeah, winter tires from Big O. They, as Kerry said, react differently, so you can get a grip on the road on snow
They're softer,
and ice.
actually.
And just the pavement too. Even if there is no snow or ice, they work better. Go into your local Big O tire store. I go to the one on 2nd East and South Temple, but they're all great. They're having a deal right now on Big O brand tires. You can save up to $150 on Big O brand tires with a Big O credit card. And that's easy to get, I would assume, right, Gina?
Yeah, and, unexpected expenses, tires and auto repairs. That's why Big O offers no credit needed financing. So no matter your budget, no matter your situation, they have financing tailored to you.
Go to their website and find a store near you. It's BigOTires.com.
So we got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried the, so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She
I
hated
hated
them.
them.
Now,
The wasabi.
Now, they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep, not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
tasty.
But they're flavorful.
Now, I've got the bag of cheddar bacon mac and cheese here. And Gina said of the wasabi, oh, you got your winner right here. My guess is she won't even try the bacon mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
I don't
No,
care.
there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
It's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're
removed
gonna love it. You're
from
gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Mm.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
love those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah, mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
can
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
For Ripley.
They're peanut butter. All right, it's 8:20 right now, and time for round 2 of your boner voting. 3 news stories now. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, possibly becoming a boner of the day? Because you see, if it wins here, it's the winner of round 2. It's not boner of the day. Boner Fight happens at 9:20 when we take the winner of this round and the winner of round 1, which we did an hour ago, put them against each other, and that's when you decide boner of the day. Right now, we got to send one of these 3 from this round 2 forward to battle. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
With gothic horror and flying vampires, Dracula takes Halloween to new heights. It's Ballet West Dracula performance Friday, October 22nd. We have a pair of tickets to give away to a random boner voter.
Boner candidate number 1, he tried to exploit a national crisis for his own gain. As many apparently have, but this is one egregious example. 3 weeks after he had been charged with trying to fraudulently obtain COVID-19 relief loans, David A. Stavely escaped by faking his own suicide. He cut off his electronic monitoring bracelet, left suicide notes with friends and family members, including his 80-year-old mother, prosecutors said. He also left his wallet and a suicide note in his unlocked car, which he parked by the ocean in Massachusetts.
Well, he must be gone. There's nothing only.
Many of his family members believed that he had died by suicide, although the ones who knew him best informed law enforcement, I don't know about that.
I don't think so.
They suspected this to be yet another scheme orchestrated by Mr. Stavely. On Thursday, Stavely of Andover, Mass., was sentenced to 56 months in prison.
Where did they find him? I want to know that.
He had pleaded guilty in May to 1 count of conspiracy and other charges. Prosecutors said Stavely got involved with another guy, and then that's when they cooked up this whole scheme about paycheck protection plans in the coronavirus. He staged his suicide. He was caught in Georgia. While on the run, he had changed his phone number at least 5 times and had used false identities and stolen license plates. The manhunt wasted law enforcement resources, prosecutors said. How did they finally catch him? They just kept trying to track him down. They said he tried to explain away his decision to cut off his electronic monitoring bracelet. Oh, I wasn't trying to throw you guys off or anything.
Really?
Yeah. Boner candidate number 1. He tried to exploit a national crisis for his own gain.
All right.
Boner candidate number 2. We should be kinder to our alien friends. Demi Lovato is standing up for extraterrestrials.
Huh?
The singer and actor who identifies as non-binary, I don't know what that has to do with the story. Well, I guess it does a little bit. Has a docuseries on Peacock titled Unidentified with Demi Lovato, in which they explore what life there may be beyond this planet. In an interview with Pedestrian, Lovato explained that they do not believe that beings from another planet are here to harm humans. I really think that if anything was out there, they would want to do that they wouldn't want to do that to us. They wouldn't want to hurt us.
Okay.
It would be, she said, but I think we have to stop calling them aliens, because aliens is a derogatory term. Well, I like to call them ETs, she said. The word alien, when used in reference to immigrants or those who come from other countries, has become controversial and considered dehumanizing by immigration advocates. So Demi Lovato thinks that we should apply that to extraterrestrials as well.
But it's derogatory to humans. If they're in fact an alien species, then
no, Carrie, you're already thinking too much.
Right. I'm sorry.
Boner candidate number 2. We should be kinder to our alien friends, our extraterrestrial friends, I probably should have
You
said.
can use the word alien in lots of ways. Like,
Yeah,
like
and in
cheese
this
is
case-
alien to me. I don't. It's not.
All right.
Cheese is an extraterrestrial, Gina?
Yes.
Well, the moon.
There's boner candidate number 3 coming up in a minute. Well, the headline calls her raunchy mom, but many called her the cool mom.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
At the height of its power, Angkor was a glorious city, but by the late 16th century, the empire was crumbling. Come along on a 3D adventure to unveil the mysteries behind this lost jewel of Cambodia, opening October 15th at Clark Planetarium.
Vin Diesel and Dwayne Johnson's feud has been a source of nonstop entertainment and an excuse to use the term "come at me, bro" on occasion. For 5 years now, ever since The Rock called out his male Fast and Furious co-stars for being candy asses. He was referring to Vin Diesel specifically, who should have just read the feud timeline. It's messy and it involves Tyrese referring to himself as a passionate film critic.
I'm lost
I
already.
am lost. Recently, Diesel claimed that his tough love approach with Johnson was akin to method acting, to which The Rock said, "I laughed hard at that."
Yeah.
Vanity Fair spoke to Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, about his definition for candy ass.
What is your definition of candy ass?
Vanity Fair likes to get to the, if you'll excuse the pun, bottom of things like this.
Yes.
A candy ass is something you don't want to be. And the best way that I can describe a candy ass is, life is so much easier, I have found, when you are not full of S. And a candy ass is completely full of S. He's never going to be president, by the way. There are people, when because you can go back and look at stuff like this and go, no, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we voted for Donald Trump. Somebody did. And the Squid Game Halloween costumes.
Yes.
They're
easy to
thing.
do. That's
Yeah.
why they'll be.
Yeah.
You need a tracksuit and
A green tracksuit with some
Yeah.
numbers on it.
And Vans white slip-ons. And it says it's caused a 7,800% spike in sales of Vans white slip-ons.
You know, you don't have to go with a Vans white slip-on. Any white sneaker will do.
They have them at like Walgreens. Like you can get them for like
I
$10
beg your
at
pardon.
Walgreens.
I'm
You
sorry.
go for authenticity with these things.
Yeah, but no one's going to be looking that closely.
You're gonna spend $80 on shoes for your Halloween costume.
And don't let anyone under the age of 16 watch this show. Coronavirus. Foreign tourists with proof of vaccination against coronavirus will now be allowed to enter the United States from Canada and from Mexico with proof of vaccination. So, and that's going to be a good thing to get certain border economies going again. Coronavirus deaths and hospitalizations have surged in the Southwest. Sorry, this story is kind of mixed up. We'll just leave it at that. They've got a whole bunch. 5 counties in Utah, Washington, Iron, Garfield, Beaver, and Kane counties have reported more deaths per capita than any of the state's other large health districts. And presumably that's because why?
Anti-vaxxers.
Yeah, resistance to vaccination.
Yeah.
So how do you get a religious exemption for the COVID vaccine at work?
Well, you create your own religion.
I don't think you can. And that's why I was
There is
puzzled
no
by that.
major religion that has come out and said, we will say it's okay to not get vaccinated.
That's why I was puzzled by that headline in the Deseret News.
Because
How do you get a religious exemption for the COVID vaccine at work?
It wants you to click on the story. That's why they write the headlines the way they do.
Now, they say requests have piled up this fall, despite the fact that faith leaders from a variety of traditions support vaccination. Religious objectors to COVID-19 often express concern about the use of fetal cells in the vaccine. There are none. There is no religious exemption.
Well, I mean, theoretically there is, but there is no major religion that has come out and said, we will sign cards saying you get a, there's none.
So,
So-
that headline is just absolutely
Yeah.
bogus.
Yep, it's there to make you click on it. The only way you can get a religious exemption is if you were to create your own religion, and you'd have to prove that you're, well, I don't know how you prove your religion, fill out the paperwork, I guess, is all it takes, and then you can do it.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has signed a bill to ban gasoline-powered lawn equipment in California.
Ban the sale.
Yeah. And California is going to apparently enforce gender-neutral toy aisles in large stores. They're going to have a regulation, a law.
Well, yeah.
to
These are
require
just all
large-
the toys. Here are all the toys.
Here are the toys.
And finally, this story, let's see, let's do... you know that Netflix employee, transgender Netflix employee who was suspended? We talked about it yesterday. Been reinstated.
Of course.
Netflix had said, well, we're sorry. This person had criticized the Dave Chappelle stand-up comedy routine. And Halloween candy. Now, we had a story that dentists had. Which Halloween candy is worse for your teeth? We don't care. We just don't care. But this one, maybe, this is how long Halloween candy lasts. So certain...
when does it go bad? I need to know when it goes bad.
Chocolate, if it's wrapped in foil and stored in a cool, dry place, that can last 8 to 10 months. Hard candy, like lollipops and butterscotch candies, they can last a year when packaged. Caramel, 6 to 9 months if packaged properly. Candy corn, 9 months. Jellied candies will last about a year if unopened. And gum, it says only 6 to 9 months if packaged properly.
Remember Carrie ate that old gum from the 80s?
You don't want it, yeah. You don't want it.
Don't eat old gum.
And I'm not going to eat a Swedish fish that's been out for a year. I'm just not going to do it. Sorry.
The best place to store your candy is in a cool, dark place like a cupboard or pantry. Once open, reseal the package or store it in an airtight container. And don't freeze candy. It doesn't really work that well to freeze it.
All right.
That's it.
Well, we got a couple of minutes. If
Oh, we
you
do?
haven't- if you have
Oh,
an
then I'll
extra
have one
story
other
there.
thing here.
Yeah.
So I was talking about those phthalates, those chemicals that are in so many products. And they have been linked to early death in people, and they're really bad for you. Now, the reason they're in products is because they strengthen plastic, for one thing. Now, that still doesn't explain to me why they're in shampoo and cosmetics and things like that. But how do you avoid the phthalates? And apparently they're very nasty. Well, it would seem to me that one way to avoid them is that we should ban them and not have them in any products, but they're there. So here are tips to reduce your family's exposure to phthalates. Use unscented lotions and laundry detergents. Use cleaning supplies without scents. Use glass, stainless steel, ceramic, or wood to hold and store foods. In other words, don't store foods in plastic. Buy fresh or frozen fruit and vegetables. Don't use canned or processed vegetables and fruits. Encourage frequent hand washing to remove chemicals from the hands, and avoid air fresheners and all plastics labeled number 3, number 6, or number 7. And
That all seems like a lot of...
yeah,
I got to check plastics number 3 and number 4 and number 7.
yeah. I'm sorry. Well, go ahead. Give your family more phthalates.
Have enough.
Ask your husband. He's
regular things to worry
Ask your
about.
husband about it, about phthalates.
Okay.
He'll probably make you shudder with it, with the news.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Zaire Wade. That last name may sound familiar to you. He's the son of NBA legend Dwayne Wade, and he's headed straight to the NBA system with a G League contract. That contract with the Salt Lake City Stars. The Stars are affiliated with the Utah Jazz, where his dad is part owner, Dwayne Wade. He's a 6'3" shooting guard, and you might see him around town now with Dad. He's 19 years old, so he's skipping college, going straight to
Well, when you got a
professional
dad
sports.
who can get you in.
Well, I think he has to be good. I don't think Dad can just get anybody on the team. Let's see. The Jazz play today at 7 p.m. It is a home game against the Milwaukee Bucks. And we've got, let's see, who won in the baseball last night. The Dodgers over the Giants 7-2. Braves over the Brewers 5-4. Astros over the White Sox 10-1. And that is your sports. Weather. So it's chilly this morning. We're down in the 30s right now. Only going to get up to 48 for a high today. The furnace kicked on. We've been trying to wait to turn it on. You got to have it on. It's too cold. And it's going to be very cold tonight. Could get close to freezing tonight. And then tomorrow, 70% chance of rain and snow likely, then mostly cloudy. Overnight tomorrow night looks like it's definitely going to get below freezing down here in the valleys. And then we gradually actually warm up a little bit for the weekend, and it should be sunny Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Highs in the low to mid-60s, so that'll feel a little warmer then.
All right.
Traffic, we have crash westbound I-80 to southbound I-215 west in Salt Lake. The ramp is blocked. Traffic is having to use the shoulder to get by there. Looks like that earlier stalled vehicle northbound I-15 still causing a little bit of slowage at the I-15-215 junction in Salt Lake. And let me see if anybody sent anything in via text. Nope, they just want to talk about Vin Diesel and aliens. So thank you for sending those in. If you see something you want to share with friends of the program, please let us know. 33986 is where you do that. Get a newer car and reduce your current monthly payment by 20% guaranteed at Strong Volkswagen. Let them show you how today. StrongVW.com.
Boner candidate number 3. Well, the headline called her the raunchy mom, but many called her the fun mom. A California mother hosted secret parties where she handed teens booze and condoms and even watched while they engaged in sex acts, prosecutors said. Shannon O'Connor watched and laughed while a drunk teenage boy groped a girl in the bedroom. She was a friend of the woman's then 15-year-old son, according to court documents. The 47-year-old mom kept the parties secret from other parents and even her husband. While 14 and 15-year-old kids got drunk, they would vomit, be unable to stand, and fall unconscious, prosecutors said. It took a lot of brave kids to come forward and untangle this deeply disturbing case, said DA Jeff Rosen. As a parent, I am shocked, said the DA, and I am determined to hold these adults who endanger children fully accountable to the law and our community. Well, the headline called her the raunchy mom, but I think a lot of the kids in the neighborhood called her the fun mom or the cool mom.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. He tried to exploit a national crisis for his own gain, a man faking his suicide to avoid COVID-19 fraud charges. Boner candidate number 2, we should be kinder to our extraterrestrial friends. Demi Lovato saying, don't call them aliens, that's derogatory. And Boner candidate number 3, the headline called her raunchy mom, a lot of people called her cool mom.
You've got to decide of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to Boner Fight, possibly becoming Boner of the Day, possibly because in order to be Boner of the Day, it A, has to win here in this round, and B, defeat the winner of round 1's voting, which we did earlier. So here we go. We got to send one of these three forward to Boner Fight. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20. Let's worry about that at 9:20. Right now, let's send one of these forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. They'll be happy to take your voice vote in Salt Lake there. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, October 13, 2021, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 2. Oh, yes, we need to talk to you about Scott Hale Plumbing Drain Heating and Air. I'm seeing so many texts of people who are experiencing that burning smell.
What's that?
They turn on their heaters for the first time of the year, and they get that kind of burny smell.
Yeah. Well, listen, you can schedule a furnace tune-up with Scott Hale. Now, you've got until the 17th to schedule it for only $29. Then the 31st. The deadline is the 31st for $49, and then after that, it goes up to $79. Call Scott Hale, Plumbing, Drain, Heating, and Air at 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, and get your furnace tuned up so that burny smell is not so bad. Also, Scott Hale is growing, and if you're looking to join a talented team, visit scotthale.com. They are a hail of a company to work for. It's Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE, 264-HALE.
It's from the Girl Scouts. Okay. And then there's a nice letter say, "Hey, Bill, we get you. You're a guy's guy. You have unassuming strength, a casual confidence, and an uncompromising integrity, and are so dumb you don't know this is a form letter."
Well, they really know who I am.
You know the spread of Sunday's game and have a steak ready to grill and a cold drink waiting in the fridge. You're man enough to be a Girl Scout. So I've been given a membership in the Girl Scouts.
So what do you...
And then I got this.
Do you have to sell your own Girl Scout cookies?
No, I think what that means is they'll hit me up periodically for money.
Yeah. That's a great gift, then.
I didn't want to say that what they're doing is opening a door to something that you will regret later. But
now I get this card. Now, little Bill, sick. He's sick. He was very ill. Barfing and all that. So that explains the card. And with this card came 3 pairs of really nice underpants. Patagonia, silk weight, boxer briefs.
Underpants.
Which I really like. And they're very, it's expensive underwear. I mean, it's like, I think they're $30 a piece or something like that.
You should get a whole pair of pants for that.
So here's the card that came with it. At least I'm too sick to cause trouble. T-R-O-B-L-E.
Trouble.
And then you open it up and says, "Or am I?" ?
This is your Father's Day card?
Fortunately, you can cover your ass with these. Happy Father's Day. That's it.
At least I'm too sick to cause trouble.
T-R-O-B-L-E.
Trouble.
Yeah, trouble. And
or
then
am I?
And then you open it up.
That's a threat.
Or am I?
That's a threat, is what that is.
That's exactly what it is. So it was my Father's Day threat. Yes. Anyway, that's nice to be a Girl Scout, though.
Snowbird was awesome yesterday for Father's Day. There were a ton of people. Saw lots of friends of the program up there. They had garlic fries. It was perfect. They had bacon on sticks. Thick bacon on sticks.
So Gina was happy, and that made it a good Father's Day because she got what she wanted.
Well, no, everybody got. Joe got a massage up at the cliff. Daddy Gary got a massage up at the cliff.
Mm-hmm. But first and foremost, they had garlic fries.
They had garlic fries and bacon on sticks.
Yeah. I went out to the Christiansen Family Farm, Hog Heaven in Vernon on Saturday and bought a bunch of meat. That was bought pork and beef, and that's actually for my wife's birthday, who's her birthday today. She wanted meat for her birthday.
The gift of meat.
Everybody's got something.
Yeah. You?
No.
Nothing? Nothing? All right.
What?
What's that?
I'm not a father.
Well, you didn't see your dad.
I did.
Oh, you did.
Oh,
see
you
your
did.
Yeah.
see that. How's he doing?
He's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's his
Did you
mustache?
give him meat?
No, he gives me meat.
Oh, okay.
He's the farmer.
Harry gives him money.
Yeah, I give him cash.
We've discussed that. Here, Dad. He does it under the table so nobody can see. Yeah, there you go. Hold out your hand.
Bye. Six. We got things that must go coming up, but before that, right away, we've got to award round 2 of your boners.
Oh, yes, we do. And it's brought to you by just a pile of French fries.
And Botanical at Red Butte Garden this October 14th through the 31st, an outdoor family-friendly experience to celebrate Halloween. Enjoy safe activities, live music, storytellers, puppeteers, and more. Online pre-registration is required at redbuttegarden.org.
We had boner candidate number 1. He tried to exploit a national crisis for his own gain. The guy who faked a suicide because he was involved in fraud scheme with the COVID paycheck protection plan. And you would think he would do very well in the voting. Nope. Came in third, a distant third. The real fight was between number 2, we should be kinder to our alien friends, and the headline calls her raunchy mom, but many called her the cool mom. This mother in California, who, by the way, she's living in Idaho now, but they're going to extradite her to California. She, had all these raunchy drinking and sex parties for the teenage kids in the neighborhood. That was not good. And as a matter of fact, by 9 votes, it beat boner candidate number 2. It's number 3, the winner for round 2.
Ah, okay, number 3. There we go. That is your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Depends on how well it does going up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago, but you'll listen to both of these candidates afresh, anew, at 9:20. Approach it with no bias, because this is the final round. This is Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning. That's
unsullied eyes, you might say.
Exactly. Yeah. Just look at it differently. Yeah. All right. It's Things That Must Go Now, brought to you by
Zero Res delivers the perfect clean every time. No harsh chemicals, soaps, or dirt-attracting residue to keep your carpets cleaner longer. Book online at ZeroResSaltLake.com or ZeroResDavisWeber.com.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are really bugging you, the friends of the program. Please, if you have something that's, stuck in your craw, as they say, send it to us. Send it to Radio from Hell. Put must go in the subject line. Send it to radiofromhell@x96.com. Put your gripe in an email, and maybe if we read it on the air, it'll help you out. Carrie?
Oh, okay. I'll start, tough times up here on Mount Doom, as always.
Are you okay?
Yeah, we're okay.
You look kind of peaked.
Things that must go are, the dogs go outside when it's raining, and then they go potty, and then they come back in, and they want to cuddle,
They're all wet. Yeah,
all wet. So that must go. Let's see. We got a couple here from, let's start with Tony. I'll admit that these A couple of these go off the rails a bit, okay?
Okay.
Just heads up. First one from Tony, things that must go. Scammers that post links to free gift cards for Aldi in local Facebook sales groups. The nearest Aldi to Salt Lake is in Southern California.
Okay.
I guess you can't
I get
order
it, I get
online.
it.
I
Yeah.
don't understand. Let's see. The Facebook and Microsoft email servers being down. Not moshing at a rock concert because you are at the opera and that is supposed to be funny. All right.
Okay.
I don't find a servant with vision problems or a music tutor giving sitar lessons dressed like 1967. Hilarious. Again, these are a little off the rails.
What?
Okay.
Yeah. See, when you type these, you might want to think
Makes
about the
sense in
fact
your
that
head.
I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you want to explain.
Well, and why don't you do it before you start drinking?
Yes. Here's another one. The Peruvian Food Festival being canceled because they limit 4 food trucks is 3. It's fishy because the Italian festival did not have those restrictions.
That is fishy.
All right. Now here's one that will make sense. Having bird wrists. Thus I lose bracelets for the VIP room. I think, Tony, you've been
That
in
one
the
I
VIP
get, yeah.
room a little too long, frankly. But and then finally this one, being the only one who has not seen Squid Game because I have Hulu, not Netflix. All right, Tony, there you go.
There's a way to fix that, Tony.
There's a way. All of these things. This one not signed. Hello, lords and lady. Thank you for letting me listen. In several months, here are some things that must go. People that park in the middle of the street and justify it by putting their emergency lights on. That's not what emergency lights are intended for. Just because you're too lazy to go find a parking spot to pick up your friend or your kid from school doesn't mean the rest of us have to be caught up in the traffic jam. I can see you doing it for just a few seconds and in a rare circumstance, but lately it has seriously gotten out of control. Stop it. And then this one finally, people, okay, try to follow this one.
Okay.
People that call customer service for some other reason than to get new service, but select, see, again, you have to, I don't know what it is you're talking about or what you do. All right. Other reason than to get new service, but select the option to get new service, thinking that they outsmarted the system to get through to someone quicker. Yes, you got through to someone quicker, but now you have to start all over again. The person almost always starts by saying, I don't think I have the right department, but we aren't able to transfer you, and we get paid in part on converting a percentage of our calls. By doing that, you have literally taken money out of my pocket. I understand your frustration. I'm just trying to pay my bills and rent. Maybe that makes sense to some people. I don't know what it means. But there you go.
All right, I'll go next. Got a couple of my own. I brought this up before, but with winter weather being imminent or anything being imminent, that then gives license for people on the radio to say, well, with winter right around the corner, well, with Thanksgiving right around the corner. No, just stop saying right around the corner, please.
But Bill, it's just
right around the corner.
Right around the corner.
It's a really good crutch, isn't it? And then this one just kind of bugged me. I saw it the other day. It was a piece of writing. It said, and the music was played for the surviving members of Rush. I'm glad they didn't go get the dead ones.
The dead one.
Yeah, I just don't do that. Now, this one, please don't use my name. Things that must go. My insurance company expecting me to pay over $300 a month for my mental health medication, forcing me to use a cheaper, less effective alternative.
But we have the greatest healthcare system in the world, Bill.
The cheaper, less effective alternative for mental health, it's called booze.
Yeah.
The same insurance forcing me to pay almost $200 a month for my diabetes testing supplies and medication. Number 3, when you're washing your hands at a public restroom and you look up at the mirror and there are white spots all over the mirror from people popping their acne and just leaving the results.
Oh, that's it. I'm leaving.
Number 4, people who don't flush after using public facilities. Number 5, as a government employee, I get people telling me all the time, my taxes pay your salary. Yes, that's true, but it does not give you an excuse to be mean, rude, and generally treat me or my coworkers like trash. Number 6, people who assume because I work for the government that I have a cushy job where I sit around and do very little all day. And lastly, people who use social media as their information portals.
Ugh.
Get off Facebook and Twitter and
Yes.
get your information from people who are actual experts in the field, not your cousin's boyfriend's aunt's best friend. Thanks
Yes.
for letting me listen. And Geek Show says, hey. And this one, Bill, you're welcome to use my name. I chuckled at your story, Bill, about leaving your car running over the weekend, thinking, well, I would never do that. However, Monday, I took some work colleagues out to lunch. I attempted to lock my car, but did not get the familiar beep. As we got back to the car afterwards, after lunch, I realized, oh my God, my car has been running this whole time. My must go is the non-automatic shutoff after a certain amount of time of no movement of the vehicle. Thanks for letting me listen, Jamie. Gina?
I have one. Your dog is very, very cute. I understand why you don't want to leave her alone for a second. But I put food in the grocery cart at the grocery store. Don't bring your dog into the grocery store and put your dog in the cart where groceries and food go. I just don't do that, please.
I don't even want to address kids with dirty diapers then.
I know, I agree.
And all the other crap that goes
But I
on with
can't-
grocery carts.
But you can leave your dog at home. You can't leave the baby at home. Don't take him to the store. Let's see, here is somebody else's list of things that must go. The song Closing Time by Semisonic must go. I get it, you're closing. I've heard it. Slamming weights at the gym. There are signs posted that tell you not to do that. Leaving a weight machine and coming back to finish a set, or sitting at the machine and using the bench to look at your phone. Yeah, move
Yes.
along, please. Not being able to get your own food at the food bank must go. It's hard enough admitting you need help, but feel less devalued like a dirty human being because somebody has to go get it for you. Like you can't be trusted to go pick out your own food at the food bank. Let's see this from Austin. Good morning, Lords. What must go is people who don't trust doctors who tell them to get vaccinated, but apparently have no trouble driving over bridges or buying milk at the store. All of these things involve trusting someone else to do their jobs. Also, people who drive with their dog in their lap. You're going to cause an accident and your airbag is going to kill your dog. Please stop doing that. Austin.
That's
Thank
it?
you.
Yep.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, crash northbound I-15 at 110 South. This is milepost 293. It's off to the left shoulder. And crash westbound I-80 to go southbound I-215 west in Salt Lake. The ramp is being affected there. You're going to have to use the shoulder in order to get by. And looks like that's about it, unless you're headed up to Wyoming, which apparently you shouldn't because it's closed. Wyoming is closed.
I go up to Evanston and get my fireworks.
No, I think our trucker friends of the program have said that it's bad up there. Don't do it.
What am I going to do without my Mickey Big Mouth?
Flying Vampires, yes, Dracula the Ballet arrives October 22nd. Tickets at balletwest.org.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We've got, let's see, Boner Fight on the way. Stand by for that. Also, a reasonable amount of news all coming up. Wendy's for breakfast. Yes, you just heard that Wyoming is closed. Turn around, go back home, and hit the drive-thru at Wendy's on the way home. And then get home and enjoy your breakfast, nice and toasty warm, out of the cold. I'm encouraging people to sleep in, actually, instead of making breakfast at their homes or apartments before they go to work or school or whatever it is you're doing this morning. It's just easier if you just sleep in an extra half hour and then hit the drive-thru at Wendy's for the Wendy's Breakfast Croissant for just $1.99. Now, this is a limited time only. Price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's. It excludes the maple bacon chicken croissant. But here's your choice. This is what you get, $1.99. You get the sausage or bacon, egg and Swiss croissant, fresh cracked eggs, buttery, flaky croissant. Oh, I mean, muffins, whatever. Have it on a croissant, for God's sake. And your choice of bacon or sausage. Now, the bacon is the oven-baked bacon that they do at Wendy's, or the sausage, which The combination of spices that they've got going on is just, it beats everybody, all for $1.99. So head to Wendy's this morning, hit the drive-thru for breakfast.
So you may have heard yesterday me talk about I got bit by something over the weekend, and I shared it with you yesterday.
It was on your ankle.
It was on my ankle, and I sent some pictures to Katie. I don't know if she can put those up, but if you follow me on Twitter at RFHGina, you can watch the progression of the injury.
It got ugly. It got really ugly.
Yeah, so yesterday it was like a little, I don't know.
It was just a blister.
A blister. And I actually showed it to our good friend Dr. Cobble, and he said, yeah, you should be all right. You could just, pop it, put some Neosporin on it, cover it with a bandage, you're probably all right. Which I did.
Yeah.
I was brave. I got hydrogen peroxide. I got Neosporin. I did the whole thing, and I covered it with a bandage, and I said, well, I'll check it later. But it hurt, like throbbing pain.
Yeah, that's a bad sign.
So a couple hours later, I took it off, and it had gotten much worse, which I posted a picture of that on my Twitter as well. And it was oozy and a weird color, and it hurt. And so after much discussion and tweeting about it, because that's what you should really do, is tweet about it, I talked to my husband about it, and he said, I think you probably should go to the Instacare. This has gotten worse, not better.
Let me know how it goes, babe.
Yeah.
You need a ride
and
home?
I was a little nervous to go to the Instacare. So I went to the one on 4th South. And Bill, is that the one where you went to get your COVID test?
No, that was in a parking lot at a church.
Yeah, this was.
But they do a lot of COVID testing there.
But it was closed. So all the COVID tents were there, but it was closed, which is weird.
9th East?
4th South, and right there. And so I go into the Instacare, and there's nobody there. And I'm thinking, gosh, is it closed? Nope, there was a lady.
What time of the day was this?
Yesterday.
What time of the day?
Oh, like 5 o'clock. And they checked me in and said, go wait over there. And I said, okay, this is so fun. Because I was nervous about going. And while I was sitting there waiting, these 5 girls come in together. They all had masks on. And one of them goes up to the counter and she says, yes, I think I have a fever and I'm having a hard time breathing. And, she's listing all the COVID symptoms. I'm like, awesome. Now I'm in a waiting room with her. But why are these 4 other girls with her? You needed an entourage to
and they're
come
not
to
supposed
the
to do that.
Instacare?
They're supposed to go to the stations outside.
Yeah. Well, they were closed.
Oh.
The stations outside were closed. But why do we need all these people in here? But they took me back, and I said, can you tell what this is that bit me by looking at it? And the doctor said, it's infected now. I can't tell what it was. But we can clean it out for you, give you an antibiotic, and then we're going to test the pus and see what kind of pus it is.
Pus test. Pus test. Pus test.
And he said, in order to clean it up, we're going to de-roof it. Which is exactly what it sounds like. They cut the top off of it and let it ooze out. And then they gave me a bunch of stuff at home where I am supposed to change the bandages and clean it up. And I don't have to de-roof it. That's already been done.
Well, they say you're going to be okay.
I mean, yeah, they put me on a pretty strong antibiotic, and he said, we'll get back to you with exactly what, it could be a staph infection, it could be MRSA, it could be who knows what.
Will they be able to tell you what bit you, do you think?
Nope, and that's
No.
the frustrating thing.
Damn.
He
That's-
said
yeah, that's the big question.
I'm looking here. It says de-roof. The definition of de-roof is to remove the top from a building. So I don't.
that's how
No.
big the pustule got. It was the size of a building.
No, it also means to remove tissue from a wound.
It did look big, and it did look ooey
It was
gooey.
so gross.
It was dripping at one
Yes.
point. I thought I
Yeah.
saw.
Yep.
Oh, here's the question: if you're taking the antibiotic, can you have wine?
Are you saying
you
there's
ask?
a chance I can't have wine?
Yeah, there's a
Of
chance
course,
that, because sometimes they say with some medications.
Oh man.
That's just those doctors that don't want you to drink.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't last night. Well, because I'm taking so much. It's 3 of these antibiotics 3 times a day. And I'm thinking maybe on alcohol that won't taste so hot.
I think you better check, yeah.
See, now I don't get what de-roof, but when they say they're going to debride a wound, it's the same thing. Remove unhealthy tissue from a wound.
I don't know. I was de-roofed. That's all I know.
Ask your doctor or construction worker.
Would you like to be debrided or de-roofed?
All right.
I haven't dyed my goatee.
Don't. Looks
I'm not go-
stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so.
it
yeah.
embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't. I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I've never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me, don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is kind of she's kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No. This girl's like, Valentine's Day is coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. That the nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute.
Ah.
Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your
Yeah,
visor down in the mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm
of
not
it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you?
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere. In
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, "Oh, I didn't know I had hair there."
Yeah, well, I have, but I can't.
Tweezers in
but,
your car.
But it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever
Standing on the
noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it and doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blunk? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because the robot's going to die at some point. Because, well, not on this day, but
What?
It's the whole Superman controversy.
Oh, yeah.
which, the only people making it a controversy are people who haven't read comic books for 15 years. It's just...
Which is a lot of people.
Which is a lot of people. And, it gives... That's the sad thing of, it's a good thing this storyline is happening. This is a positive thing. But the bad thing is that it gives Tucker Carlson a week's worth of something to talk about.
We're assuming people know what we're talking about. Carrie, refresh people on that.
It's what it is DC Comics' current Superman, not Clark Kent, but his son John, he comes out as bisexual in the latest latest issue of Superman, Son of Kal-El. It's the November 9th issue, so there's chances for you to still get it. They're counting on those sales, boy. The son of Clark and Lois has taken his life in a new direction. Now, the writer, Tom Taylor, said this: I've always said that everyone needs heroes and everyone deserves to see themselves in their heroes. And I'm very grateful DC and Warner Brothers share this idea. Superman's symbol has always stood for hope, truth, and for justice. Today, that symbol represents something more. Today, more people can see themselves in the most powerful superhero in comics. So, and, that's all well and good, Tom. He's Australian, just so you know.
They're more liberal? Is that what we're saying?
No. But that's the thing. Like his father, John Kent has fallen for a reporter, his college friend Jay Nakamura. In the latest issue, he and John
Nakamura, huh?
Jay.
What?
He and John become romantically involved.
Well, that's a guy.
Mm-hmm.
This is presumably the writers and of this. They knew exactly what it would do, and so fine. Let Tucker Carlson talk about it. It's just increasing. It'll increase sales.
And it would represent more people. This writer
doesn't get a penny for every one sold. He's getting paid pretty much a flat fee. And this guy, Tom, he's been doing some very challenging, interesting stories in DC Comics that he has been writing.
I did the Pride Road Rally this last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So did I.
Sort of.
He asked.
And I was happy to see there were a bunch of people with cars decorated with. We all know who the Mama Dragons are.
Mm-hmm.
These were the Daddy Dragons.
Oh, really? Okay.
Which was so nice to see how many dads were being supportive of their kids. I mean, because you kind of expect moms to. Well, of course, mom's going to love me no matter what. It's my dad. I have to worry. So nice to see so many dads out. That made me happy.
I'm going to go out and get my son a copy of that comic book right now.
Yeah, no, I mean,
what
seriously,
I'm gonna do.
that's the kind.
I'm going to make him read it. He doesn't even like comics.
But it's just important. Representation really does matter to kids growing up, and if they can see themselves on that page, I think that's terrific.
Sure.
Yeah.
Will they be able to see themselves in the non-binary toy aisle in California?
Well, yeah.
Should
They'll be able to find something there on the toy aisle for them to play with.
But the writer of that comic, I'm sure he was aware that this would cause, and perhaps hopeful that it would cause some commentary. And if it's on Tucker Carlson, so be it. So that's fine.
No, it's just, and this the thing is that the headlines, people aren't even reading past it. It's like Superman's gay. Well, no, first of all, it's not Superman. B, he's not gay. So let's start the conversation.
Well, they do say the new Superman.
But that's a nuance that's not.
I know.
It's lost on so many people.
It's Superman's son who has been tasked by his father with
being Superman,
picking up the cape,
Yeah.
wearing the cape, the mantle of Superman.
Superman is off-world handling some Superman alien business.
What is his costume? Does he wear his underpants on the outside?
It changes all the time. They're always changing that. And I think that the current one is that he doesn't have underwear on the outside. I would think. I'd have to look.
That really was the weirdest, one of the weirdest things about Superman.
Well,
that
he's an alien.
so
You don't
brilliantly
know what his
brilliantly
uniform-
pointed out in Kill Bill, was it? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand, and that was the big controversy before. Was oh my God, he's not wearing his red shorts. He's
wearing
like,
wearing
so?
something sensible.
It's finally a sensible costume. How about that? How dare you?
It was essentially a wrestling outfit, wasn't it? I mean, really.
Kind of, yeah, a little bit. All right. Let's take a break. We'll be back with boner fights and a reasonable amount of news coming up after these X96.
It's been another tough year. Here's your
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention
Yeah.
earlier?
the headline is, Creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles. Or
Okay.
golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle, but this is
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
this is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodles become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden
a
doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba and Gnome. His name is Leo because he
Now,
looks
is
like
he-
a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same
They're-
to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people. That,
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
You don't
I
like the
have
doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a
I'm
racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says Labradoodles are so hyper they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now
See, they are crazy.
Now this Labradoodle, I guess he is Leo. He does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him, and he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Lab.
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God though.
Yep.
All right. 9:22, which means we have about, 5 or 6 minutes of reasonable amount of news before we get to boner fights. News brought to you by.
Well, news brought to you by, and when you vote for your boner in a few minutes, there's a chance you could win something. We've got tickets to Anime Bonsai on October 15th through the 17th at the Davis Convention Center. You can find out more about that at x96.com. And news brought to you by Salt Lake City has switched to ranked choice voting for November's election. Instead of voting for or against someone, voters select candidates in preferred order. Want more information? Go to www.slc.gov/RCV.
Mick Jagger has apparently been doing a lot of incognito stuff while the Rolling Stones are on a tour here in the United States. He has been going to bachelorette parties and showing up at dive bars unannounced. The 78-year-old singer announced during the band's Saturday show at Nashville's Nissan Stadium that he had visited some of the local haunts in the city the previous day. He says, I went to Printer's Alley and sang Honky Tonk Woman in a karaoke bar. And then he said, and this sentence is kind of hard to parse. I crashed a bachelorette party on a pedal tavern. Now, you know what that is, a pedal tavern.
It's a big
rickshaw
bicycle, kind of thing. Yeah, they
everybody's
take you from bar to
pedaling.
bar to bar.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or it's some of them have a bar right on them.
Yeah.
And then this one, then he says, they loved my Goo Goo clusters. Now, Goo Goo clusters are a candy. I guess
He
what
shared
did he have?
candy with
He had a
him.
pocket full of Goo Goo clusters, I guess. We all ended up at the Wild Beaver riding a mechanical bull.
All right.
Jagger uploaded a few photos of his Nashville adventures to Twitter on Friday, sporting a casually hip wardrobe of joggers, half-buttoned dress shirt, and a baseball cap. He admired some deer in the woods, posed in front of a landfill with a bemused look on his face. He also shared a video montage of himself walking through downtown Nashville, where he went unrecognized while crossing a busy street in an all-black outfit.
I'm thinking Mick was, cooped up for the pandemic, and he's just
Maybe
stretching his legs.
Yeah.
He's been going out and about, and I think he thinks it's interesting that he can apparently do this largely unnoticed.
As you know, he gets less and less famous because of, well, you know, progression and aging and all of that. He's not as recognized, and maybe it's kind of freeing for him.
Yeah.
You know, he can finally go out and do something without getting mobbed.
And there in the one of the services we get today, there was a picture of Kylie Jenner naked and covered in blood.
Yeah, no thanks.
So and then it said it's for a launch of some cosmetics or something.
I don't.
So what? I don't.
You've already thought about it more than I care to.
I bet. Okay, let's move on. Here's good news. Well, no, I don't know if it's good news. It's exciting news. There's a difference between good news and exciting news. There's good and exciting news.
All right.
And then there's just exciting news. Dr. Anthony Fauci says a new COVID variant could come very soon.
No, that's not good news.
No, it's exciting news.
That's why it's important for more of us to get vaccinated, so that when it does show up, that we're less likely to pass it around.
Fauci spoke with Bloomberg about the risk of a new coronavirus variant showing up in our society. Well, there are many variants out there, Fauci said. The Delta variant has a characteristic that is so easy and efficiently transmitted from person to person, which is good for the virus but bad for us. That it's actually crowded out all of the other variants, he said. As long as you have the virus. But presumably the vaccines that we have been given will protect against these variants. So get your shot.
It's not too late.
A local private investigator has joined the search or the investigation into the unsolved murders of Kylan Schulte and Crystal Tanner, those two young women who were murdered outside of Moab. The bodies of Schulte and Turner were found at a campsite in the LaSalle Mountains on August 18th. They had not been heard from since the 13th, so that was 5 days they were off the radar. We know that both of them were no call, no show to work at the early hours of 5:36 a.m. on the 15th, said Jason Jensen, a private investigator out of Salt Lake who's assisting now the family in the case. He's gone to the crime scene. So the dad of one of those women has been sitting at a table in Moab with a sign that says, "Do you know anything about this?
Oh, really?
Please, any evidence you may have, bring it to me." And people have stopped by and mentioned stuff to him. So this private investigator is trying to organize all of that. But at this point, it's just a mystery as to what happened. Let's see. How about this story? We're about out of time, I think.
Yeah, just a quick one here to finish.
You know that that we talked about that tortoise the other day that was kind of wandering around up by the university and stuff. And they captured it, and I didn't realize this, but it had made its way across Foothill Boulevard somehow.
Oh my hell, really?
How is that possible?
Exactly.
Without getting killed.
I'm
I
afraid
can't
to
think
cross
of
Foothill.
Any time, like even 3 a.m, I think.
So
I'm afraid to do it at a crosswalk.
So he walked out of his enclosure at William E. Christopherson Salt Lake Veterans Home near the University of Utah campus, traveled over a half mile, crossing the lanes of traffic on Foothill Drive to the U of U Orthopedic Center before campus security spotted him and called police. I'm as amazed as anybody, said U Police Patrol Lieutenant Ryan Spears. Frankie's journey began sometime between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m., so busy traffic, after a nurse didn't lock the gate properly. And he apparently... and why? How did he get across Foothill? And that's what everybody's wondering. How did he get...
Wow.
It's amazing.
Okay.
Anyway.
Are there tunnels?
Our friends the Drages. Our friends the Drages with Creature Encounters got involved in all of this. And
oh, really? Good.
Yeah, there we go. Anyway.
Wow. All right.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Yes, here we go. The winner from round 1 going up against the winner from round 2. Now, round 1, we should just take the boats out of the ocean.
I still don't believe this is a real thing. But
It's a pro-Trump candidate for Congress in Virginia who has said, I'm curious, do you think the sea levels would lower, because they are rising because of global warming, do you think the sea levels would lower if we just took all of the boats out of the water? Just a thought, not a statement, wrote Scott Pio.
Stupid.
Going up against boner candidate number 2, the headlines call her raunchy mom, but many called her cool mom. It's a California mother who allegedly hosted wild, drunken sex parties for teens.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates which one is the worst, which one should be boner of the day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth and use your voice to vote. 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Fight October 13, 2021, and vote there. You probably won't see that box right away when you get to the website. No, we just put it up. So go to x96.com, let the page load, and then refresh your internet browser, and it should appear. All right? You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. It's Boner of the Day.
It's time for Radio from Hell corrections. We correct things that we get wrong, or we like to call this feature, Excuse Me.
Excuse me.
And if you go to x96.com/live, you can see Comic Book Guy saying, excuse me, but I don't think that's the case.
I'm here to make the proper corrections.
All right.
God forbid you go throughout life not knowing the right.
Correction number 1 I have. Earlier in the show, we were talking about traveling in Switzerland and Austria, and Carrie was talking about Lake Luzerne in Switzerland and how lovely that was. And I said, remember when we went to Austria and we were having fondue, and I think I may have said that Austria is the home of fondue. Excuse me, my ears are hurting. Switzerland is home to fondue, not Austria.
They're right next door to each other.
If you had fondue in Innsbruck, it's no wonder it didn't go well. Austria is meat and potatoes, not fondue. Excuse me. So thank you for the correction. Switzerland, home of fondue. Okay.
Well, we have another correction.
Yes.
Country correction.
Ooh.
This is another excuse me for Bill. A few moments ago, we were talking about President Trump flying to Scotland.
Yeah.
And Bill said, well, Scotland isn't part of the UK anymore because of Brexit. It most certainly is still a part of the UK. The UK now consists of England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales. That's the UK now, post-Brexit.
But it's still part of the EU, right?
No.
Scotland? Scotland's
I'm not going to say.
Scotland's not a part of the EU? I think it is.
I don't
isn't
know.
It? And that was part of the deal, was that they had the border in Scotland, and there was part of the contention?
That's what I thought, too.
Well, you were saying Scotland is not part of... Well, now we have to do...
Listen, if this was about the Silver Surfer's real name, I could weigh in.
The people of Scotland voted decisively to remain with the European Union in 2016. The Scottish government was the first administration in the UK to set out a substantive policy response to Brexit in 2016. They have said, we are a part of the European Union.
All right.
So
It's
they're not.
Ireland is part of the EU, not Scotland. Scotland is talking about leaving the UK, as they always have.
Well, they voted to stay with the European Union in 2016. So on December 24, 2020, UK government and the EU announced agreement on core elements of the future. Scottish government has conducted initial analysis agreements, their implications for Scotland. The assessment confirms the Scottish government's long-standing view that Scotland will be worse off outside of the European Union, so they are going to remain with the European Union, which means essentially they're not part of the UK, right? Scottish ministers have consistently highlighted that the UK government failed to engage meaningful with the Scottish government on Brexit. The Scottish
The
government...
EU countries are Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, and Sweden, not Scotland. Scotland is still part of the
UK. All right.
It's confusing.
And the Silver Surfer's real name is Norin Rad. Excuse me.
All right.
Was there some question?
Listen, I don't know from Ireland or Scotland. I don't know. All right. But I can help you with this.
All right.
Right, so let's award Boner of the Day.
And I am surprised. Yes,
brought to you by
Boner of the Day brought to you by some hamburgers and mounds of French fries.
And Scott Hale offering a $29 furnace tune-up for appointments scheduled by October 17th. Call 801-264-HALE.
So, number one, this chuckle-headed politician in Virginia
he's
saying...
He's not chuckle-headed. He's the standard bearer for the GOP right now.
He's the head chucklehead.
Mm-hmm.
Take the boats out of the ocean. That maybe I'm just asking the question. If we took the boats out of the ocean, wouldn't that make the level?
We need the boats.
And going up against number two, the headlines call her raunchy mom, but many called her the cool mom. This mother in California hosting wild sex parties for teens. Landon won the anime bonsai tickets, and I'm surprised very handily. Boner candidate number two wins the raunchy mom.
All right. It's your boner of the day for today, the 13th of October, 2021. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Go ahead and hit that, Katie.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Let's get Lauren on the phone here. Lauren.
Lauren, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Lauren, is your last name Schaefer?
It is.
Okay, it could be Schaffer, I suppose, but so I thought
Yep, it's spelled weird.
Okay. Lauren is the deputy city recorder over elections for Salt Lake City, and I guess it's very exciting. We're doing ranked choice voting in Salt Lake and other places, but let's talk Salt Lake
Ballots
specifically.
went out in Salt Lake this
Today.
week, right, Lauren?
Yeah, they did. And so people, honestly, I know mine has hit my mailbox. I got a notification today, so people should start seeing them soon if they haven't already.
Is everybody in Salt Lake voting for something?
No, only districts 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7 have an election. So 4 and 6 are not voting this year.
4 and 6, okay. Yeah. Oh, my district is then. But I haven't seen my ballot yet. So explain ranked choice voting, if you would, please. We've been doing it, but I think you are the people who had to lay all this out. So tell us exactly what it is.
Yeah, so basically, the easy way of explaining it is ranked choice voting lets you rank the candidates you like in order of preference and say nobody gets over the 50% threshold in the initial count. The candidate with the least first choices is eliminated, and if that was your first choice, your vote will transfer to your second choice, and they'll retabulate until someone's over 50. And it just keeps going until we have a clear winner.
Does this make it easier for the county recorder's office?
So, luckily, Salt Lake County, they're the ones who do our tabulation for us. They are practiced, they're ready, it's new equipment, but they do logic and accuracy testing. They have had a bunch of it. They're actually doing public logic and accuracy tomorrow. So we're really confident that it's going to go pretty quickly, pretty smoothly, the way it should. And in Utah, we have 2 weeks anyway, till we can formally certify the ballot. Or formally certify the election results. So our timeline should be pretty seamless.
Do you know why the decision was made to go with ranked choice voting?
You know, there's lots of pros to it, and I can't speak for the council, but a lot of the reasons people choose ranked choice voting is that you save money by not having a primary election. And primary elections can cost up to like $50,000 to $70,000, so it's quite a big number in terms of how much money it saves. It also makes sure that all candidates stay in the race the whole time. So it gives all candidates a fairer shot at the end. It's not you're racing to the primary in June and then waiting to see. And so we've seen a lot more people come out who were a little hesitant to hop in the game and run for office just because they're allowed to, they're not scared now to hop in because they have so much more time to get money and talk to constituents and get to know their issues. That it's just been pretty beneficial to the candidates as well.
So I see on my ballot a list of 4 names, and I have to choose. So I the one that I want to win, I put number 1, right? And then I have to do 2, 3, and 4?
No. So if you only want one candidate, if you have one favorite, just rank them as your first. But if you like 2 or 3, you just rank them in the order that you like them. The only thing is that you have to rank in order. So you can't skip a ranking. So you couldn't do 1, 2, 4 and skip 3. Nothing would count after 2 because you skipped 1.
I got you. Yeah, you couldn't.
So you have to do them in order.
Yeah, you couldn't do I love this candidate and I'll put him number 1 and I hate this one, so I'll put him at number 4.
Exactly.
But you can do that if you fill in the rest of them, and that's what I like about it. Because if you look at these races, there are people you're like, okay, this is my favorite person, but if I can't have that person, then the next palatable one I'm going to put at number 2. I love this idea of ranked choice voting. That way we're not just voting against people. We're saying.
I fully expect that I will fill in only 1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at my.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm looking at mine right now, and there's really only one that I can throw my vote at, and so I probably will just do that.
Yeah, but I think it's a good. Yeah, I think it would probably makes the voter feel a little better about things in the long run too, though.
Sure.
So, well, my second choice got in there. That's okay. Lauren Schaefer.
And I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think if you only like one person, it's great because that's traditional voting. You only have to vote for one. But with ranked choice, it gives you the option to have a 2nd choice, basically.
All right. Okay, good.
So what's the deadline, by the way?
So the deadline to mail your ballot back in is November 1st. But if you want to drop it off in a ballot box or a polling location, you can do that on the 2nd.
All of that available at www.slc.gov/RCV, right?
Ranked choice voting.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So good luck with this. All right.
Like think of it this way, guys. Okay, you want the Democrat. That's your number one. But you're a little worried the Democrat's not going to win. So which is the most palatable Republican out of all of these Republicans? That goes in number 2. That's how you
I'm
have
only
to
going to
look
be
at it.
voting for one every time.
Pretty much, yeah. But anyway, all right. But yeah, we got the choice. All right, thank you very much. We'll be back crawling towards the exits after these. Wendy's for breakfast. Yes, I'm encouraging you to. So far, I haven't had any complaints about this experiment. No one has said, oh, I slept in, went to Wendy's, and then I was late for work or court or, whatever it is, classes. So far, no complaints. So I think this is working. Sleep in that extra half hour. That way you don't have to get up, make yourself breakfast, dirty up the kitchen. And let's face it, you're not going to clean up the kitchen this morning. You're going to leave it, and then you have to clean it up when you get home. But if you sleep in an extra half hour and then hit the drive-thru at Wendy's, you're winning. You see what I'm saying? And it is the Wendy's breakfast croissant for just $1.99 that's happening right now. Even more incentive. How about that? So what you do is you hit the drive-thru after you sleep in. You hit the drive-thru at Wendy's. You have your choice of the sausage or bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant for just $1.99. Fresh cracked eggs, buttery, flaky croissant. Delicious. You get that extra bit of sleep, and you're going to be happy the rest of the day. And at $1.99, you could buy more than one of these sausage or bacon, egg, and Swiss croissants for, the folks in your cubicle family. Hit the drive-thru at Wendy's.
The definition of streaming.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their bishop and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We begin our drama at the Space Bus Depot in Provo as our fine young missionaries-to-be, Lehigh Christiansen and Leron Butch Jinson, arrive in Happy Valley and await transportation to the MTC.
Hi, I'm Lehigh Christiansen. Isn't this exciting?
Oh, is this your first time in a space bus depot?
No, I mean getting your mission call.
Well, it was either this or a stint in the Space Marines. This way I'm out in 2 years and my parents are still happy.
I've been waiting for this day since I was 8. I've been putting galactic credits into my missionary fund for the past 11 years.
Oh.
I can't wait to get into the field and start finding people to convert.
Wow, you sure are in the right place. Well, my folks promised me a new land speeder if I found some way to avoid getting sent home early.
Oh, looky, there's a droid over there holding a sign with my name on it.
Must be our escort to the MTC.
I am Decon 1. If you will follow me, I will show you to the MTC and get you settled into your quarters there.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Later, we find our strapping young lads in the midst of their indoctrination. Butch has just been told that he will have Lehigh as his companion for the next 2 years.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 years with this guy?
You don't seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect of spending 2 years with me.
I'm not.
Well, I think it's a keen idea.
If you two are through, I would like to commence with your indoctrination. Here at the MTC, you will be given memory-enhancing implants. At the same time, a universal translating device will be placed inside your skull. You'll be outfitted with the latest in missionary technology, a laptop computer which contains the Bible, Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It also serves as a holo projector to allow you to show your prospective converts those wonderful animated tales from the Book of Mormon, which have been loved by millions for centuries. You will also be issued a Mark 32 10-speed bicycle with hyperdrive and one of those cute luggage racks on the back. These bikes are capable of warp 9.3 and have a cruising radius of over 270 parsecs. You will be shown how to properly care for your hyperbike, and you will be responsible for its upkeep. Any questions?
Yeah. Implants? Like inside my head?
Yes.
Keen, when do we start?
Will Butch let the fine folks at the MTC put equipment in his head? Will Lehigh volunteer to do it for them if it'll get him into the field faster? Does the Mark 32 Hyperbike come with a luggage rack standard, or is it a dealer add-on? Tune in next time for the answers to these questions and to hear our elders say...
What you doing, Butch? Reprogramming my name badge so that instead of Elder LaRon Jensen, it reads Butch.
I think the manual prohibits tampering with the MTC issue equipment.
I'm sure it does. Hey, you want to help me put some fender flares on my bike?
On our next kidney-wrenching episode of Space Elders.
I would say no.
9:53.
I would say no to Trevor Noah.
We'll see then.
Could I picture the green M&M?
Is that the sexy M&M? I didn't know that was the sexy. That's the girl, sexy girl M&M.
Well, the Trevor Noah. I would say you picturing yourself having sex with a candy is just a no-go at any time. A candy, yeah. Well, I take that back. A Mounds, maybe. Maybe.
I don't want to have this conversation.
There's no conversation to be had.
What candy are you eating right now?
It's a throat lozenge.
Oh.
It's a Hall's Mentholyptus sugar-free throat lozenge.
Is it turning your tongue red?
I don't think so.
That's why I get the honey ones, because they're like clear, so it doesn't turn your tongue red.
Why do you care if your tongue is red?
Why, if you can avoid your tongue being
not-
red, what?
It's not like it stays red for days and days. It's just, I don't want to have this conversation, Gina.
Do you really not want to know why? I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because sometimes I suck on them when I'm going to sleep, and then if you drool the red on your pillowcase. But if you have the clear one, it doesn't
wanna
stay
have
in your
this
pillowcase.
So many things wrong with this. You shouldn't be sucking on them as you go to sleep because
That's
the sugar will seep into it's in your teeth, and then it's bad for your teeth.
Or you
so-
choke on them.
Or you choke on them, for that matter. But then but the true answer to all of this is to help you, Bill, and to help you, Gina. Ricola! Not the red ones.
No, I'm not sucking on a
Traditional-
foreign lozenge.
Your traditional Ricola is just there to go right up in there and get it. And,
Those guys in their Alpenhorns. No, I'm not sucking on that. Those
Do they
foreign lozenges.
still sell Fisherman's Friend?
Yeah.
That was one. That was a cough
What
drop.
do those
I
taste
remember.
like? That
I have a
Not like fish, oddly enough.
And Slippery Elm. There's another one. That's another
Slippery
odd
Elm.
one. Yeah. I had a can of Fisherman's Friend around here somewhere.
Really?
Yeah. I just remember the ad because they had a guy who was slightly stuffed up and but also slightly British who would say Fisherman's Friend.
Oh no.
That's what I remember.
No, it's not. This is not. This is
Sucrets?
Slippery Elm.
That's Slippery Elm there.
Slippery Elm throat lozenges. They're terrible.
Well, it's
Yeah, that
Thayer's
doesn't-
brand.
Yeah.
Slippery Elm flavor, right? Isn't that?
No, they're called Slippery Elm because there's an ingredient in there that's it's 150 milligrams of elm bark.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean.
That's
It's
terrible.
it's Thayer's brand, but it's Slippery Elm is the type.
Yeah. So because it's and they come in flavors now. They used to just be this one terrible flavor. This one's now cherry, which doesn't really completely cover up the terrible taste of the Slippery Elm.
And really, from a marketing standpoint, labeling the flavor as terrible was probably a bad choice.
Yeah, it says right there on the can.
From a marketing standpoint.
Terrible
What flavor is
lozenges.
it? Terrible. Oh,
They're awful.
Can we change
They're
that to
terrible.
maybe make it French terrible or something like that?
Yeah, no, it says it right there on the can in parentheses. Terrible flavor.
That's not a good choice.
No?
All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Coming up on Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
We kick things off with Geek News at 6:45, and then right after that, it's Beat Gina.
And if you think you have what it takes to beat me, you might get an all-new Radio from Hell coffee mug.
Plus, Mayor Mendenhall will be back at 7:45 with her Salt Lake updates.
And this just in, I'm being told there will be more. Yes, more than that on Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Okay.
I hope to God there'll be more than that.
Seeing if there's anything we missed. Shatner made it back, sadly.
You know, I thought it would be really a good idea if they put in that space capsule in the Blue Origin, if they put all of the Star Trek captains in there at the same time. Wouldn't that be cool? Everybody who's played Kirk.
Everyone.
That's
Or,
what you
no,
mean.
every,
Okay,
no,
I
every
thought you meant
captain.
all of them.
No, I mean every captain. That would be
That means
better.
you're locked in there with crazy Avery Brooks, and I don't
And
know how that
Janeway,
goes.
and yeah, I think that'd be cool. That would be something. Every captain.
You can't kill an idea. All right, Avery, calm down.
Scott Bakula.
Dracula.
Dracula. What is his name?
Dracula.
Oh, Bakula.
Bacula.
That's right.
Blah.
Blah. Scott Bakula.
All right, I think we're good. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I'm not going to suck on a foreign lozenge.
Corey is next.